that he had found someone to arrange him at least one scotch and soda. He was demonstrative in the car and very affectionate in the elevator at the Hotel Muris, where they were stopping. This did not endear him to Persis. His man exchanged a glance with her maid as they peeled off their wraps. When man and maid had been sent to bed, Willie came shuffling into Persis' dressing room where she sat staring at her doleful beauty in the mirror. He saw how listless she was and was awkwardly eager to cheer her up. He could not have depressed her more than by trying to cheer her up. Even he realized his failure eventually and yawned sonorously. "We are married, and I suppose we've got to stay married, for a while at least. But I hate to see you unhappy. It's an awful slam on me to have you so blue before the honeymoon is really begun." "Don't worry any more, Willie," she said gently. "I suppose I'm just like a child on Christmas afternoon. I always used to get blue after I'd looked over all the presents and broken most of my toys and grown tired of the others and eaten too much candy. And I thought, so this is the Christmas I've waited for the whole year long. It doesn't amount to much. I've had all that money can buy, and I'm too tired to sleep." "I used to feel like that too," he said, "and I remember that I usually turned back to some cheap old toy. Usually it was a little lead soldier, my first love." "First love," she murmured. He tried to shake off gloom as a wet spaniel shakes off water. "Oh, I say, Persis, buck up, don't feel like this. You're so beautiful, you're simply ripping tonight." He laid his hand on her bare arm. She started at his touch and before she realized it gasped, "Please don't paw me." He stared at her aghast. "Do you hate me as much as that?" "Oh, I don't hate you, Willie, it's myself I hate," Persis cried. "You mustn't mind me, I'm just a little blue and lonely." He laughed gruesomely. Bride and groom together on honeymoon and both terribly lonely. Gad, I wonder if other married couples come to feel this way when the honeymoon turns to green cheese. And do they just bluff it through? It reminds me of that chap in Hogarth's Marriage à la Mode, where the wife is yawning and the husband is sunk back in his chair in a dismal stupor. Only he was drunk. I think I'll get drunk. He stumbled out to find his usual Nepenthe. When he came back, her door was locked. Chapter 56. Persis sat in grim communion with her image for hours. She faintly heard her husband's tapping on her door and calling through it at intervals in thicker and thicker speech. But it was like a far-off rumour from a street. She was in session with herself. She took her boudoir cap from her hair and sat in the cascade of it, peering through as from a cavern and smoking always. She was smoking much too much, but she felt a companionship in tobacco. As she held the cap in her hand, she thought of Forbes, and the remembrance was so joyous that she vowed to brave the world to get back to him. But she pondered what the world would say of her, how it had dealt with the others that had openly defied it, and she was afraid. Then she vowed that she would take her love secretly and cleverly. She would hunt for Forbes till she met him and regained him. Then she pictured how he would look at her when he understood. She imagined him starting back from her as from something abhorrent. She threw a cigarette stub at her face in the mirror and gasped. Pagh, she could endure anything better than such cheapening of herself in Forbes' eyes, and after a while she began to think of her self-respect. She had only herself. She must keep that self precious. Worn out at last with her silent war, she bent her head on her crossed hands and fell asleep among the fripperies of her dressing table. These temptations in the wilderness come to people in various places. This tired butterfly fought with evil and won the duel in a boudoir in a fashionable hotel in Paris. Hours later she woke in broad daylight and crept to bed with tingling arms and aching forehead. She did not wake again till noon. Nichette had tiptoed about her like a sentinel and had kept Willie at a distance. He discharged her 12 times, but she simply shrugged and sniffed and answered him in French too rapid for him to follow or reply to. When at last Persis sat up with her coffee and crescents on her knees, Nichette read to her the news in the French columns of the Paris Herald. She learned that Ambassador-elect Tate and his entourage had gone to Evian-les-Bains. Willie came in with new plans for Persis diversion. He suggested a visit to Switzerland and Lake Geneva. She would have liked to go to the mountains. There was something heroic in them. But Evian was closely adjacent to Switzerland. She nobly suggested Norway and Sweden. The thought of fjords and midnight suns and things was also heroic. In the meanwhile, she must make haste to dress for the Prix drags, and she took some interest in the choice of a gown sufficiently striking to ensure success in the fierce rivalry of that great costume race. Everybody said that the world had not seen such undressing in public since the Grecian revival at the time of the Directoire. Persis was not the least astounding figure there. She felt that after a deed of such sacrifice as she had achieved in forswearing love, she had earned an extra license in her draperies. Willie raised a tempest about her gown, but she felt that she had done enough for him. She was suffering that morning-after sullenness which follows unusual indulgences in virtue as well as other excesses. Life once more was a tango. She shifted from costume to costume like a dressmaker's model. She went the rounds of Thay's dancents, and musicales and embassies, town houses, hotels and shay-talks, watering places and mountains, lakes and seas. But she kept away from Switzerland till she read that Ambassador Tate was at his desk in Paris, and then she avoided Paris and went to Trouville. And so the days totalled into weeks, and the weeks became a month, 2, 3, 6. She fled from boredom to boredom. She skimmed the cream of life and whipped it, and it turned sour. Though her abiding places were all oases and her tents were of silk, she led only a Bedouin existence. After all, she and Willie were but tramps, velvet-clad hobos. Variety became monotony, luxury an oppression, contentment a will-o'-the-wisp. She went to America and found that loveless contentment was not among the Yankee inventions. She went back to Europe, and it was not among the Parisian devices. There was everything for sale on the Rue de la Paix except peace. She had not come to Paris purposely to find Harvey Forbes, but she had sickened of being good, and she had grown nauseated with denying her heart. If fate willed that their communion should be renewed, she would no longer tamper with destiny. She wondered if time had cured Forbes' love. She wondered if he cared for someone else, Mildred Tate, for instance, or some Parisian witch. At the mere thought her heart beat like the wings of a wounded bird, and she knew that she loved him and always would love him. Half a year of Willie's tempers and whinings, his indigestions and colds and his diminishing patience with her whims, his growing habit of complaining of her extravagances, his quarrels with their servants, with every waiter, every messenger boy and hotel keeper, had worn out even her courtesy. They quarrelled shamelessly in private, and with less and less caution in public. And now she was beginning to feel that she earned all she got, and was paying usury on her money, and being badly treated in the bargain. She was arriving at that sick frame of mind that makes cashiers and statesmen and married people unfaithful to their trusts. This was her humour when she met Forbes again. She had tried in various ways to gain invitations to affairs of the embassy. But Tate wasted no diplomacy on cutting out the enslees. He was the more brutal about this since he felt that he was guarding his daughter's welfare. Mildred had made herself dear to the more earnest elements of Paris. She had grown somewhat less of a joke to the more frivolous. The entertainments at the embassy were not quite so puritanical now, and her costumes had amazingly improved since her father had put her under the direct control of a tyrannical dressmaker of worldwide fame. Whether she were growing to be merely a habit with Forbes or not, they were more and more together. They fought bitterly on the question of war, which she considered an unmitigated horror, and he believed to be the loftiest form of tragedy. But the wetting of mind on mind was producing sparks, and Tate hoped that someday one of them would set their two hearts on fire. He was preparing for that day by making Forbes less poor. His post kept him from taking advantage of the financial secrets he stumbled on, but when he put Mildred in the hands of a dressmaker, he gave the financial destinies of Forbes to a retired capitalist, who juggled Forbes' $500 into 1,000 in a pair of weeks, and that 1,000 into 3. Then he encouraged Forbes to borrow, endorsed his notes, and speculated with the proceeds pyramidally. He was enjoying it as a form of chess. At the end of half a year, Forbes was talking as much of the Bourse and Argentines as he was of projectiles and trajectories. Having assured Forbes of enough money in bank to give him a salubrious self-confidence, Tate dropped hints of a certain clause in his will and sat back to watch the result. He was counting on receiving as his Christmas gift the news that Forbes and Mildred were to be married, and he was polishing up a joke about giving them inside rates on the consular fees for that complicated ceremony. And then the Ensleys came to Paris in an unusual snowstorm, and winter set in about the old man's overworked, undermined heart. He did his best to keep Persis and Forbes apart, but when were the old ever vigilant enough to thwart the young? Chapter 57. One day Mrs. Mather Edgecombe found the Ensleys shivering like a pair of waifs in a restaurant famous for its cuisine and infamous for its heating arrangements. She asked them if they were coming to the Thay dancant she was giving at her home that afternoon. They had forgotten all about it, and Persis pleaded an engagement with her doctor. Mrs. Edgecombe was so sorry. There would be hardly any Americans there then except the old faithful ambassador and Captain Forbes. Persis' heart warmed instantly, but she said she was afraid that she had some other engagement booked. In any case they might drop in for a minute. She shivered with exultance and blamed it on the chill. When 5 o'clock came round, Persis carelessly remembered the half-promise to Mrs. Mather Edgecombe. Willie was out of humour. Persis angelically urged him to stay in his room and nurse his cold. Her unusual thought for his welfare startled him. It delighted him. He decided to stay by her and get more of the tenderness she was lavishing today. She could not shake him loose. The Thay dancant was a failure in Mrs. Mather Edgecombe's mind, and in her sister Winifred's heart, for the storm kept most of the Parisians away, and the ambassador sent word by Forbes that he would be tardy if he came at all. He pleaded motives of state, but he sent Forbes with his apologies. Forbes, having been on a visit in his official capacity, was again in uniform. His eyes and cheeks were aglow from the cold, and Persis watched him with adoration as he came nearer and nearer. He did not see her, even when he paused to talk to Mrs. Edgecombe, so close to Persis that she could have touched him. And when she could not endure the delay any longer, she thrust her hand beneath his eyes and murmured, "Captain Forbes doesn't remember me, but I met him in New York ages ago." Her voice, suddenly leaping out of the grave of memory, terrified him. He whirled so quickly that his sword caught in her gown. He knelt to disengage it, and there was laughter over the confusion, and then Mrs. Edgecombe was called away by a newcomer, and they were left together. Persis beamed upon the complete disarray of all his faculties, and spoke with affected raillery, though her own mind was in a seethe. "At last we meet again, and how magnificent we are in our gorgeous uniform. It's only the second time I've seen you in it, and I believe we are no longer plain Mr. Forbes, but Captain Harvey Forbes, USA, and they say we are rich now. What a pity I didn't wait a little." Forbes was hurt at her flippancy. He smiled dismally, and she purred on, "I assure you your title and your wealth are vastly becoming, almost as becoming as all these buttons and epaulettes and things." She walked around him, looking him over like an inspecting officer. How very nice, magnificent. Oh, I beg of you, Forbes protested, tortured with chagrin, but she went on, and a sword too. She ventured even to pull the blade a little way from its scabbard. He would have killed a man for doing that, and he almost wanted to kill Persis as she tantalized him with a strange mixture of ridicule and idolatry. I've no doubt the boulevards are strewn with the broken hearts of Frenchwomen. Who could resist you? I'm sure my own heart isn't anywhere near healed. It was very cruel of you, Harvey, to throw me over and run away after you had stolen my poor young affections. Forbes was distraught. He groaned. I see you've not forgotten how to make fun of me. But Persis went on in mock petulance. It wasn't at all nice of you to cast me off just because I married Willie. This gave Forbes a chance to return her ridicule, and he asked, by the way, how is your excellent husband? You can see for yourself. There he is, still unable to learn the tango and trying to teach it to a fat Marquise. Forbes attempted that most uncivil of tones to a woman, the ironical. I hear that you and Mr. Ensley are the most devoted of couples. Oh, it's a silly custom that married people should pretend to be congenial during their honeymoon, Persis said. Thank heaven, my initiation is almost over. Forbes was genuinely horrified at such dealing with a subject so sacred as marriage. He forsook irony for his usual forthright utterance. Surely your husband doesn't neglect you. There was a touch of quick anxiety in Forbes' tone that showed how deeply he still cherished her. Neglect me, Persis quoted. If he only would. Willie does tag after me even more than I could wish, but he is growing restless. I can usually escape him by staying at home. He's doing the music halls very thoroughly. If I can only suggest some very shocking review, I am assured of an evening alone. He is going to one over on Montmartre tomorrow night. I shall be quite deserted. We are stopping at the Hotel Muris. There was so dire a meaning in her hint, and so much danger in playing again with the fire whose scar he still bore, that Forbes ceased fencing and slashed. Why do you torment me? You refused my love once. Never your love. My dear boy, said Persis with abrupt seriousness, I never refused your love, only your hand. I always encouraged your love. But I was poor, Forbes sneered. Yes, you were poor, Persis said, taking his own word and turning it against him, and I knew less than I do now. She walked away to a niche beside a statue where they could talk without being overheard, but being visible were chaperoned by the crowd. She sank upon a settle of gold and old rose and motioned him to her side. Then, while her face and her fan proclaimed that their conversation was of the idlest, her voice was deep with elegy. Harvey, try to be just. If you had been rich, oh, if you had been rich. Then, as you are now, Harvey, then I could have believed that such a thing as a love match is feasible. But I was poor, Forbes reiterated with a knell-like persistence. That was fate's fault, not mine, said Persis in all solemnity. But haven't I been honest with you? You declared that you loved me. I confessed that I loved you. Was it honest, then, not to give me your heart? My whole heart has always been yours for the asking, and still is. Forbes recoiled with a sudden. What are you saying? You have a husband now. What does that prove? Was Persis' grim reply. I don't owe him anything in the inside of my heart. He didn't buy that, thank God. Before the world, I owe him everything, and I should be the first to abhor any open indiscretion. For my 10 commandments are condensed to 2, don't be indiscreet, and beware of what people will say. What more could a husband ask? Forbes tossed his hands in despair. He gave her up. She and her creed were beyond his understanding. A fine code, that. It is the morality of half the world, Harvey, rich or poor, city or country, Persis declared. The crime consists in being found out. Do you realize what you are saying? Forbes demanded, eager to shield her from her own blasphemies, but she ran on unheedingly. Even I have a heart, and why should I play the hypocrite before you of all men, before Willie Ensley? Yes, he is my husband, before the gossipy world. Yes, it is the one duty I feel I owe that man. Ours was no marriage for love. But it was a marriage, Forbes urged stoutly and rose to escape. Yes, but after all, what is a marriage? Persist demanded like a Pilate asking, what is truth? She rose to her feet but paused as ardour swept her headlong. Do you think it possible for any woman to live her life out without a lover? She may cherish the memory of a dead man or a faithless man, or throw her affection away on a fool or a rake. She may keep it a secret almost from herself, but never, never, never believe that any woman can exist without some man to pay worship to. Forbes could only attempt a weak sarcasm. Is it impossible that a woman should love her husband? In a daze he fell back to his seat, forgetful that he left her standing, but she was too much engrossed with her great problem to heed this. She went on earnestly. Any woman may love her husband for a little while, or in rare case for a lifetime, especially if he beats her or is a drunkard. Then her unwanted oratory on abstract subjects palled on her. She came back to the concrete instance with an abrupt, "But Harvey, why should we be wasting time talking about love?" She bent over him, but he did not even look up at her. He shook his head helplessly. "I wasn't bred in your world. I can't understand a thing you have said." His aloofness of manner gave Persis a sense of loneliness, and she wailed to him as from afar, though she sank down close to him. "But can't you understand how fate has made a fool of me? I married for wealth and to cut a wide swath. Well, I have the wealth. I can cut the swath. But I've found that my ambition isn't enough, any more than your soldier ambitions were enough. Harvey, I'm lonely, terribly lonely. My heart is empty. It is like an old deserted house, and a ghost haunts it, and the ghost is— I don't have to tell you who the ghost is." "And you know," Forbes echoed, "what ghost haunts me?" Persis was melted by his kinship with her suffering. She leaned so close to him that her very perfume appealed to him as the perfume wherewith one flower calls to another in the noontime of desire. And she said, "Harvey, I'm going to tell you a terrible secret that I've hardly dared to tell myself. I crossed the ocean to find you." He was suffocated with longing for her and horror of her. He gasped, "My God, on your honeymoon." Everywhere in that day there seemed to be a band somewhere playing a turkey trot. There was such a band here, and such music was to be expected, but there was something whimsical about the fact that the tune this band struck up now was a ragtime version of Mendelssohn's Wedding March. Persis was so eager to be in Forbes' arms again, and the dance was so ample an excuse that she smiled into his mask of horror. "We haven't danced for ever so long." A wanton whoop of the violins swept away all such solemn things as honour, decency, duty. He rose and caught her in his embrace. It was the same girlish body, irresistibly warm and lithe. They swung and sidled and hopped with utter cynicism. The only remnant of his horror was a foolish, bewildered muttered, "How could you come to Paris?" she asked. "Yes, because I felt you still loved me as I still love you, and because I thought you were perhaps afraid." "Afraid, eh?" he laughed, his professional soldier's pride on fire. "Well, I don't think you will find me a coward." And he tightened his arm about her like a vise and spun her so dizzily that, though she was rejoiced by his brutality, the discretion that was her decalogue spoiled her rapture. She felt again that swoon of fear, and made him lead her back to their niche. She did not know that Ambassador Tate had come in and had watched the vortex, was watching now with terror the look on Forbes' face and her answering smile. He could not hear their words, he did not need to, he knew what their import would be. The burlesque of the wedding music was the final touch of sarcasm. Persis, ignorant of his espionage, sighed, "Oh, it is wonderful to be together again." "Wonderful," Forbes panted, "but it is in a crowd and you are married." That does not mean that I am never to see you alone, does it? She asked, anxiously and challengingly. Forbes was still wise enough and well enough aware of his own passion to say, but discovery and scandal would be the only result. Not if we were very discreet, Persis pleaded, thinking of those lonely months. But your husband, Persis uttered that ugly old truth, if we can evade gossip abroad we shall be safe enough at home. And as if in object lesson, Willie Ensley joggled up that very moment. He showed the influence of mild tippling on a limited capacity, and coming forward shook hands foolishly and forcibly with Captain Forbes. "How d'ye do, Mr. Ward?" he drawled. "Captain Forbes, dear," Persis corrected. "That's right. I always was an ass about names, Mr. Ward. I haven't seen you for years and years, have we? Have you met my wife?" "Oh, of course you have." Forbes was revolted. There was something loathsome about the little farce. Ensley reminded him of the clown in I Pagliacci, and Persis, like another Nedda, was determined to finish the scene. Tucking her fan under her thigh, she said with innocent voice, "Oh, Willie, I've lost my fan somewhere. Would you mind looking for it?" Obediently, Ensley turned and wandered about, scanning the floor carefully and chortling idiotically. "Fan, who's got the fan?" And so he floated harmlessly and blindly out of the cloud that was thickening around his household. Persis laughed. "You see what an ideal husband Willie is." But Forbes, who had a strong stomach for warfare with its mangled enemies and shattered comrades, shuddered at this tame domestic horror. He blurted out, "It is all the more shameful to deceive a fool." "Oh, now you're becoming scrupulous again," said Persis, who thought pride of little moment in the face of the victory she had set her heart on. But now she was confronted by an adversary of more weight and acumen than Willie, a man whose trade was diplomacy and politics. Ambassador Tate came forward. He was a little pale and weak, and he felt his heart labouring in his breast, but he had at least one more good fight in him. And when he found Forbes plainly enmeshed, though struggling in Persis' gossamer web, the old man resolved to make the fight at whatever cost. After a moment of hesitation, he came briskly forward with a blunt, "Pardon me a moment, Mrs. Ensley, I have an important communication for the captain. These state secrets, you know." And he led Forbes to an adjoining room, the library, where he said in a low tone, "Harvey, my boy, I've cooked up an imaginary errand to get you away from her." But Forbes tossed his head at this aspersion on his ability to take care of himself. He answered, "I'm not afraid." Tate's eyes grew very sad, though his lips smiled when he said, "Well, I'm afraid for you. You're not responsible when you're in her magnetic circle." Then, seeing that Persis had resolutely followed them into the room, he raised his voice for Persis' benefit. "You'll find the papers on my desk. Read them carefully and sign them if they are all right. They must be mailed this evening." Then he deliberately pushed the reluctant and faltering captain from the room, hardly leaving him time to say, "You'll excuse me, Mrs. Ensley." Persis understood it all and answered with thinly veiled pique, "I'll have to." But she would not surrender him so easily. She called after Forbes, "I'll expect you back as soon as you have signed those alleged papers." The ambassador was jolted. He could think of nothing to say. He watched Forbes go, then started to follow, noted that Persis was alone and remembered the laws of courtesy enough to ask, "May I send you an ice or your husband?" An ice or my husband. Persis was forced to smile at such a collocation. "Neither, please. Sit down, ambassador." Tate had not expected this. With a hesitating, thank you." He seated himself as far as possible from her on a leather divan. Immediately she rose, crossed the room and sat next to him. There was no escaping her now, and Tate felt like calling for help. Persis forsook all the modulations of diplomacy and cut straight to the point. "Ambassador Tate, why don't you like me?" "Why, I admire you immensely," he gasped, amazed. "Oh, drop diplomacy. I'm not the president of France," Persis said with a wit of vexation. When a woman answers a compliment with anger, she means business. Persis repeated, I said, why don't you like me? But Tate fumbled for a word, then, somewhat angered by his discomfort, met a woman's directness with a man's bluntness. Well, why should I? Persis parried his rudeness with a return to gentle measures. She beamed. I'm very nice, I was good to my mother, I'm good to my husband. But are you? I'm as good a wife as he deserves. You've seen him. Tate smiled in spite of himself, for he was one of Willie's numberless non-admirers. Now Persis, seeing him smiling, returned to open attack. Last summer you took Captain Forbes to Evian-les-Bains to get him away from me, didn't you? Tate was off his guard. He stammered. Certainly not, that is, well, how did you find it out? Persis shrugged her shoulders and smiled. My mother took me to England when I was very young to get me away from a beautiful butcher's boy. She succeeded. She was a woman. You won't, you're a man. Help, help, Tate gasped in a parody of fear that had a groundwork of reality. You love Captain Forbes, don't you? Persis lunged at his heart again, and he answered solemnly. Yes, I do, as if he were my own son. Why don't you want me to see him? Why do you want to see him? You're married. But they don't keep women in harems nowadays. Paris is very dull this winter. Don't take Captain Forbes away again. As I remember, you gave him marching orders once yourself. You mustn't mind if he goes of his own accord now. But he won't go of his own accord if you don't make him. Why do you? You're not afraid of me. Oh, but I am. Persis laughed with a kind of pride. Really, you flatter me, but why? Tate twisted his big, soft hands together and stared at her a long while before he could speak. This is very embarrassing, Mrs. Ensley, but since you are so frank, let me ask you one question. Will you answer it frankly? That depends upon the question. Persis chuckled, never dreaming of its nature. When it came, it was, are you in love with Captain Forbes? She laughed evasively now. What a remarkable question. The old lawyer repeated the demand. Are you in love with Captain Forbes? I think he is very nice, she dodged. But what has that to do with our friendship? Everything, Tate answered with tightened lips. Mrs. Ensley, your father and I rode together in the same college crew, and Harvey's father was my best friend. May I speak freely to you? She responded immediately to the almost affection of his tone. I wish you would. What little success in life I have had, Tate began with the somewhat formal speech of an orator, has been due to my habit of foreseeing dangerous combinations and preventing them, or running away from them. The most dangerous combination on earth is a woman, a man, and another man. No married woman has a right to the, I believe you said, friendship, of a man who cares for her as Harvey cares for you. She extracted from his warning only the hidden sweet. And he does care for me still, but you've married another man. Of course, she answered, but do you think that I can find Mr. Ensley so fascinating that I must give up all my friends? Friends, Tate exclaimed with bitterness. In my day, Mrs. Ensley, I have seen some of the proudest families in New York dragged into the mire of public shame by tragedies that began as innocent experiments in friendship. Don't risk it, Mrs. Ensley. You are on dangerous ground, she mused aloud. And you think he loves me still? Tate tossed his mane in despair. Good Lord, that's all my words have meant to you. Well, since we are talking so bluntly, you'll perhaps permit me to say that I know you are not happily married. Everybody knew you never would be happy with Willie Ensley. I thought I'd be as happy with him as with anybody else, she answered meekly. But since you assume that I am not happy, why deny me the friendship of a man whose society I am fond of? Don't you think that everybody has the right to be happy? Indeed, I don't. Doesn't the Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence, or something guarantee everybody the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of? Yes, the pursuit, Tate cried. But the Constitution doesn't guarantee that anybody will get happiness, and there are laws that take away life, take away liberty, take away even the right to the pursuit of happiness. She was on unfamiliar ground among constitutions. She was more at home in emotion. Let's not get into a legal debate. All I know is that Harvey used to love me, and I loved him too much to marry him because he was poor, and because I was bred to reckless extravagance. Besides, I had ambitions. I didn't know then what a vanity they were, but now, well, I don't pretend to be a saint, but I have a heart, a kind of heart. I love only one man on earth, you know that he still loves me. Don't rob us of the happiness we can find in each other's society, the innocent happiness. A gesture of unbelief escaped the ambassador. How long could such love remain innocent when it begins by being unlawful? Oh, but I love him, she insisted, and he loves me with all his heart. Some day, I presume, the coming sorrow cast its shadow over her already. Some day, no doubt, he'll find somebody he loves more and he'll marry her. He can have anybody now, but when he came to me he was poor, he needed money. But I also needed money. Things have changed. Money has come to him as it always comes, too late. But that's no reason for robbing me of my chance for a little while of happiness. And you mustn't, oh, you mustn't rob him of the happiness I could give him. Tate was always afraid of himself when his tenderness was appealed to, for he knew from experience that such an appeal, if hearkened a moment too long, would smother all judgment, all resistance. He felt his heart yearning toward Persis' world-old cry, happiness, happiness, a little happiness. He tried to be harsh. But my good woman, my dear girl, you had your chance, you made your choice, you must pay the price. We can't all have the love we want. I can't, you can't. Persis laid her hand on his arm. But why? And Tate, after a weak temptation, girded himself for the eternal battle with unholy happiness and answered with Mosaic simplicity. Because it is against the law. But you know, Persis returned unabashed, you were once a lawyer, you know that the laws in the books are only made for those who haven't the skill to bend them without breaking them. Such a love as yours is against the great unwritten laws of society. Persis would not be crushed with precepts. She sneered, society, is anybody on the square, why shouldn't we be happy in our own way? Tate hesitated, then answered coldly, there are 10,000 reasons, Mrs. Ensley. I'll give you the one that will appeal to you most strongly, you're bound to get found out. Don't you think I have any discretion? Do you think I am a fool? The first sign of being a fool is trying to play double with the world. Some day, let me warn you, some day you will find yourself so tangled up in your own cleverness that you will be delivered, bound hand and foot, to the shame, yes, the shame of a horrible exposure. She blenched at this facer. Don't speak to me as though I were a criminal, he struck out again. Then don't become one, you have no right to love Captain Forbes nor he to love you, it is a simple question of duty. Duty, she raged, I want happiness, I'm like a hungry woman standing before a window filled with bread. Your duty says stay there and starve, but it isn't duty that lets people starve, it's being afraid. Tate put off all restraint of courtesy. Oh, I understand your creed, it's the creed of your set, you're not afraid of any risk, you fear nothing but self-sacrifice, your greatest horror is being bored, but you'll find that there is a worse boredom than you suffer now, the ennui of exile, of ostracism. The very set that practices your theory is the most merciless to those that get found out, it's like a pack of wolves on the chase. The one that falls or is wounded is torn to pieces by the rest, and then they rush on again. I mean to save Harvey from that pack at any cost. She had no refuge but a prayer. I implore you not to break my heart. Tate donned in manner the black cap of a judge. Such hearts as yours ought to be broken, Mrs. Ensley, for the health of the world. I understand you. I don't blame you. I don't blame your mother in her grave, it was her breeding as it is yours and that of your pack. You are the people who bring wealth into disrepute. The noise of your revels drowns the quiet charities of the rich who are also good and busy with noble works. I'm afraid of you all, but I don't blame you. I don't blame the criminals, the thieves, madmen, but I fear them, and in all mercy I would mercilessly put them out of the way of doing harm to the peace of the world. Persis saw that for once appeal could not melt. She said with resignation, "Then you are my sworn enemy." "No," Tate protested. "I would be your friend as far as I safely can, but I love Harvey as a son. I would save him from the fire of perdition, beautiful as it is, bright as it is, and you are the fire." "And so you will fight me," Persis faltered. "To the death," the old jurist cried as he got heavily to his feet. "Though it breaks Harvey's heart and your heart and mine." He staggered weakly and jolted against the divan. Chapter 58. Persis, forgetting that he was her enemy, leaped to his aid with instinctive womanliness. "You are ill, let me get you something." Tate straightened himself with an effort, saying, "I'm all right now, thank you. I mustn't let myself get excited, that's all." He was touched by her sudden charity in his behalf. He gazed at her sadly and, taking her hand, spoke venerably as a father. He was too sad for her sake to be sad for his own. "I'm sorry for you. Little woman, you've a big, warm heart, but this is a cold, hard world and you mustn't try to break its laws. They are based on the scandals and the tragedies of thousands of years, millions on millions of foolish lovers. The world is old, my child, and it is stronger than any of us. And it can punish without mercy. Don't risk it." An almost unknown earnestness stirred Persis. "You're right, of course. I suppose I must give up all hope of happiness. It's my punishment. I'll take my medicine like a little man." "That's splendid," Tate cried. "Live square in the open. Respect the conventionalities. They are the world's code of morals. If you really love Harvey, let him go his way." "I'll prove to you that I do love him," she said, laughing nervously. "I'll give him up. He used to think I was heartless and mercenary. He shall go on thinking so. It's awfully hard, but it is the one way I can help him, isn't it?" The old man squeezed her slim hand in both of his. "It's the one way. God bless you, and you won't see him again." "No," she said with all the vigor of her soul. Then she caught a glimpse of Forbes. He had returned hurriedly. He was looking for her. She amended her promise. "Except to tell him goodbye. I've got to tell him goodbye and make him think I was only fooling him, haven't I?" The old man's triumph collapsed again. But he could not demand everything. He nodded and left her as Forbes appeared at the door. With the mocking laughter of fiends, the band brayed another tango. It was faint in the distance, but it was a satanic comment. Persis made haste to get her business done. "Well, Harvey, goodbye. I'm off to Capri tomorrow. But I thought," he stammered, "you're not going to leave just as we meet again. I thought. You never could take a joke, could you, Harvey? But you said." "I'm sorry, Harvey, but I'm married now." She was turning his own weapons on him. He was befuddled with her whims. He repeated, "You told me you loved me. You were unhappy. You ought to have known I was only fooling you. I'm Mrs. Ensley now, and whom God hath joined." He was beside himself with rage. She had wheedled him out of his honor, and now she mocked him where she had left him. He sneered, "God didn't join you and Ensley. God's voice doesn't speak every time a hired preacher reaches out for a wedding fee. It was the devil that joined you, and God keeps you asunder. God joined you with me. He meant us for each other. But you hadn't the courage to face a little poverty. You wanted prestige and position, and you bought them with the love that belonged to me. You haven't the courage now to deny that you are unhappy, that you love me still." She trembled before the storm of his wrath. "But I don't love you any more. I am happy." "You can't look me in the eyes, Persis, and repeat that lie." She tried vainly to meet his glare. She mumbled weakly, "Why, I'm happy enough." "Do you love me still?" he demanded. No, of course not. He wanted to strike her primevally for a coward, a liar, a female cad. He controlled himself and groaned. "Well, that makes everything simpler. Goodbye." She seized his arm and threw off the disguise. Harvey, Harvey, I can't stand it, I can't endure the thought of it, I can't live without your love, I don't care what happens, I never did love anybody else but you, I never shall. His love came back in a wild wave. He seized her blindly, and she hid blindly in his arms, sobbing, I am so unhappy, so unutterably lonely, you must love me, Harvey, for I love you, I love you. They were as oblivious of their peril as Tristan and Isolde in the spell of the love philtre. Only the old ambassador who had hovered near to shield their farewell saw them. The vision was like a thunderbolt. To hear of a scandal, to be convinced of it, is as nothing to seeing it. That comes like an exposure, an indecency, a slap in the face. The ambassador was furious with disgust. He stormed into the room. Can I believe my eyes? Are you both lost to common sense? Is this your discretion, Mrs. Ensley? Do you realize where you are? Persis toppled out of Forbes' relaxed embrace and spoke from a daze. No, I forgot, I must be out of my mind. Forbes came to her defense. You mustn't blame her, it was my fault. No, it was mine, Persis insisted, but I couldn't help it. Tate was filled with contempt. What if it had been any of the guests that had found you two maniacs as I did? What if I had been Ensley? Persis was as amazed as he was. She muttered, I know, but I can't stand everything. Tate tried to patch up his broken plan. Harvey, you've disappointed me bitterly, but I give you one more chance to retrieve yourself. Promise me never to see Mrs. Ensley again. Forbes shook his head. Tate could hardly believe his senses. My God, must the deep friendship of two men always be at the mercy of the first woman that comes along? Harvey, Harvey, I beg you to give this woman up. I can't. Tate's voice glittered with anger. You've got to, I command you to, you can't commit this infamy and remain with me. Forbes set his jaw hard. I resign. Tate snapped, I accept. Persis was frantic at this outcome of her passion. No, no, oh don't. I'd rather die than be the cause of a breach between you two. She clutched Tate's arm. Don't listen to him. Forbes seized her other hand. I'll not give you up again, you belong to me. You are wrecking my trust in humanity, Tate groaned, then his wrath blazed again. But I'll break up this intrigue at any cost, even if I have to tell Ensley. Persis stared at him in a panic. You couldn't do that. Tate had made one step to the door. He hung irresolute before the loathsome office of the tattletale. What in the name of God is a man to do? If I tell your husband I am a contemptible cad, if I don't tell him I am your accomplice. He pondered deeply and chose between the evils. Well, I'd rather have you two think me a cad than to be a criminal and a coward. He took another step to the door. Persis clung to his sleeve. Oh, I implore you. He shook her loose. I am going to tell your husband what I saw. And then the man most deeply concerned appeared in the doorway. Willie Ensley stumbled at the sill and spoke with a blur. Pershish, itch time we were dressing for dinner. Tate looked at him in disgust, then at Persis and Forbes, who stood cowering with suspense. The old man shivered in an agony of decision. Mr. Ensley, I must tell you. He clapped his hand to his heart and strangled at the words. I must tell you, good night. He could not force his tongue to the task. The fierce effort broke him. He wavered. A sudden languor invaded him. His muscles turned to sand. He crumbled in a heap. Forbes ran to him, and with all difficulty heaved the limp, huge frame into a chair that Persis pushed forward. He straightened the arms that flopped like a scarecrow's, and steadied the great leonine head that rolled drunkenly on the immense shoulders. And he spoke to Ensley as if he were a servant. Run for a doctor, quick, you fool. Willie staggered away, almost sobered with fright. Persis stood wringing her hands. Through her brain ran the music of the tango they were playing. At the devil's ball, dancing with the devil. Oh, the little devil, dancing at the devil's ball. She ran to the door like a fury and shrieked, Stop that music, for God's sake, stop that music. The music ended in shreds of discord. The dancers paused in puppet attitudes, then turned like a huddle of curious cattle and drifted toward the door. Persis returned to Forbes' side and, bending close, heard the old man speaking thickly as his hands fluttered feebly about Forbes' arm. "Harvey, I'm so sorry for you and for her. Take care of my poor child, won't you?" Yes, yes, Forbes whispered. And Harvey, I wanted to die in America. Take me back and bury me at home, won't you? Yes, yes, the soft hands glided along Forbes' arm in a fumbling caress. Thas a goo boy, you've been a son to me. Ha ha vey. Goo bb, goodbye. Forbes bent down and pressed his lips to the old man's forehead. Liveried servants with wan faces glided through the crowd, and lifting the chair struggled from the room with its great burden, the old head wagging, the lips labouring at the messages they could not accomplish. Forbes followed the chair as if it were already the coffin of his ideal among men. Persis waited in a trance, shaken now and then with sudden onsets of ague, but otherwise motionless, her whole soul pensive. Willie hung about her, whining, "I say, old girl, let's be getting home. I feel all creepy. Awfully unfortunate, wasn't it? Let's be getting home. Rotten luck for the ambassador. Nice old boy too, let's be getting home." Persis did not answer. By and by Willie went in search of his coat and her furs. The other guests dispersed. Outside there was a muffled hubbub of chasseurs calling carriages and cars, of horns squawking, of doors slammed. Winifred could be heard sobbing in the room where the musicians were putting up their violins and slinking out. Mrs. Mather Edgecombe was audible in the stillness, telephoning the alarm to the embassy. Persis stood fixed, still staring where Forbes had gone. Suddenly her face lighted up. Forbes wandered back all bewildered. She forced her hand on him and he took it idly. It was some time before he could speak that ultimate word, dead. Persis wrung his hand and sighed. "Poor old fellow. I'm sorry he hated me so bitterly. He said he'd fight against my happiness till he died, and now—" Forbes did not hear her. He was thinking only of the foster father he had lost. He mumbled with dark dejection, "I'm alone now, alone." But Persis' face was overswept with a shaft of light. Glancing over her shoulder and seeing that no one was near their door, she moved closer to Forbes, laid her other hand on his and spoke with all meekness and with a questioning appeal. "Not alone, Harvey, I'm here." He opened his clenched eyes a little and met her upward gaze. He closed his eyes again against her. She waited. Only a moment, and then with a sudden frenzy he gripped her in a mad embrace and smote her lips with his. She closed her eyes in ecstasy. Immediately he started back from her in horror, groaning, "What am I thinking? And he's just dead. He's dead, but I live." She meant only to soothe him, but through her low voice an exultance broke like a bugle of triumph, and she whispered again, I live. So the eyes of Yale must have widened when she had driven the nail through the temples of Sisera. In her victory she remembered discretion and glided aside from Forbes just before Willie entered the room with a servant carrying Persis' furs. "Come along, Persis," Willie complained. "We can't stay here all night." "I'm quite ready," she answered with bridal gentleness. "Then goodbye, Captain Forbes, so glad to have seen you again. Goodbye." She offered her hand formally and he took it formally, dumbly. As it slipped warmly, reluctantly from his grasp, it was replaced by the clammy, bony fingers of Willie, who was doing his best in the gentle art of consolation. "Awfully sorry, old chap. These things have got to happen though, haven't they? Don't take it too hard, and if you get too blue, come round and let us try to cheer you up a bit. We're at the Muris." "Thank you," said Forbes. He bowed and did not raise his eyes for fear of what might be smouldering in the eyes of Persis. Chapter 59. In the exceeding industry of the days following the death of Ambassador Tate, Captain Forbes found no chance to see Mrs. Ensley. Their meeting would have been perilous. The ambassador had received his death stroke in their presence. Physicians, police, reporters all demanded minute descriptions of the event, and from the first Forbes blurred the account so that Persis should not be drawn into it. He emphasized the strenuous diplomatic labors of the last week and the final afternoon. He italicized the presence of Mr. Ensley at the moment of death, which came, he said, without immediate explanation. He described how the ambassador's father had died, just died while pulling on his overshoes. He lied about the last words of the ambassador in spirit at least, for it was sadly incomplete truth to say that the ambassador, after discussing trivial matters, had said, "Mr. Ensley, I must tell you good night," and fallen to the floor. Yet the account was not questioned. Ensley was too befuddled to know, or when the shock sobered him, to remember. Persis could be trusted to keep silent. In fact, she retired from view, prostrated with the shock. It was explained that the ambassador had been a classmate of her father's, an old friend of the family's. The story was telegraphed and cabled about the world. As usual, every newspaper published a minutely circumstantial account with a pretendedly verbatim statement of the last words, and as usual, the accounts were as discrepant mutually as they were commonly remote from the truth. The idea that the ambassador's death might be concerned with an intrigue between Mrs. Ensley and Captain Forbes occurred perhaps only to one mind on earth, and that the too sophisticated brain of a reporter in New York, a brindle-haired man with half of one eyebrow gone. He could not confirm his suspicion even enough for publication, so he hid it in the cellar of his soul, alongside the memory of seeing Persis Cabot walk out of a lonely forest with a man he afterward learned to be Forbes. When this reporter, Hallard his name was comfortably drunk, he would discuss New York society's rotten state of morals, usually with a horrified barkeeper, forgetting his own morals and that of his class and of the other classes low and middle that he knew well enough. He would add, "There's lovely lil lady growin' a peach of a scannel, a pippin, swee lil dynamite bomb, story's going to break some day and I'm lovely lil fella's going to break it." But he would not tell the name. He was holding that in trust for whatever newspaper should be employing his fanatic loyalty at the time of the break. And he was waiting, listening, following. Persis had been soft-hearted enough to feel the pity of the ambassador's death. She had wept a little for her stricken enemy, and she suffered some acute stabs of repentance as the instrument of his assassination. But regret was mingled with the lilt of victory and successful evasion, even with blasphemous prayers of gratitude to the Lord for saving her from exposure in the matter. She had fallen on her knees to pour out this thanksgiving, and piously or impiously promised her Lord not to be indiscreet again. One's God is apt to be one's ideal servant magnified. As the daughters of joy in old Florence used to keep a votive Mary in their rooms and pray to it for success in their offices, so Persis whispered to her heaven words of praise and gratitude for aid in escaping the consequences of her mad whim to nestle in Forbes' arms. She went to the ambassador's funeral, partly as a tribute of awesome esteem, partly as good sportsmanship toward a beaten adversary, and chiefly because it would have been conspicuous to stay away when almost every other American in Paris was sure to be there. She compelled Willie to go along, an unwilling and unwitting chaperone. She saw Forbes in the church, but at a distance, and noted with a gush of pity how haggard and lonely he seemed. She hoped that not all of his grief was for his dead friend. She longed to go to him with comfort, but she ventured only a nod from afar and one of her slow, sweet, tender smiles. Forbes had been kept intensely active at the embassy, where the consul took over the interrupted duties of the ambassador's office, but left to Forbes the personal details of the funeral ceremony, the closing up of the house, and the arrangements for getting Mildred back to New York. The ambassador's body was to be taken home to America, on board a warship proffered by the French Republic. For 3 days Forbes was too grimly busy and too grief-stricken to feel more than a longing to see Persis, an impossible desire without impulse to achieve it. Mildred was, for once, demanding help instead of giving it. The loss of her father was a devastation in her soul. She clung to Forbes as to a brother. Had Persis seen her in his arms she might have felt a jealousy, but not if she could have seen Forbes' heart. That was filled only with a sense of shame. He felt that in denying Mildred his love he had robbed the old man of his last great wish. At times he reproached himself with the very murder of his best friend, the murder of a great statesman, the noble father of a noble woman. And the motive of the assassination was his obstinate devotion to another man's wife. People have a genius for remorse as for other emotions, and Forbes was of those who can mercilessly indict their own souls. Storms of self-condemnation were succeeded by storms of longing. About him hovered the tantalizing, beckoning vision of Persis. He was mad to see her. He kept alternately vowing that he would not go near her and wondering when he should. At first he dared not make an effort to see her, because he feared to involve her, and because he had not a moment he could call his own. He was burdened with tasks of every sort, and in and out of his office he was beset with correspondents like sparrows, demanding crumbs of news to cable to America. He had no leisure of his own, except the black hours when he sank into his bed. He would trudge to his room so exhausted, so drowsy, that he could hardly get his clothes off. The moment he lay down he was the prey to a swarm of black emotions that swooped about him like bats in a cave, swooped and shot and chittered, swept him with their vile wings and fastened their claws in his hair. He reproached himself with every wickedness and worthlessness from hideous ingratitude to murder and adultery, that dared not take what it lusted for. Sleepless nights and restless days wore him out until the funeral, an affair of great pomp and enormous impressiveness. When he saw Persis in the church, her beauty was overwhelming in the black costume she wore under the shadow of a black hat. Somehow, after the funeral ceremony, the prayers, and the long ritual, with which the church formally restored the soul to the heaven from which it emigrated, and the body to the earth of which it was made, there came a great relief to Forbes, the restful word finis. That night he dined with Mildred. She too felt the relaxation of a burden removed. She almost collapsed into sleep at the table, and her maid supported her to her room. She had wept herself out. Forbes envied her nothing but her fluency in weeping. He carried about with him the ache of the tears a man feels but cannot release, the unshed tears that scratch the eyes like blown grit. He longed to be a boy again, and cry his heart out as he had cried when his father was brought home dead. He longed to weep stormily as he had wept when the boy he was had been denied some luxury he greatly desired, honey, or a staying home from school, or some wild animal for a pet. The thought of Persis came to him now with the charm of all three, honey, truancy to duty and danger. He lifted the telephone from the rack to ask her permission to call. He put it down again, his heart beating as if he had touched a snake. He went out into the air. It was a typical, sharp, wet winter night in Paris, the chill going with a peculiar directness straight to the marrow of the bones, and freezing the body from within outward. Forbes had buffeted blizzards and the still, grim, icy airs of Dakota when the mercury seemed to crowd into the bulb of the thermometer to keep warm. But he wondered if he had ever been so cold in his life as he was now, when the thermometer had not reached even the 0 of the French centigrade. Paris was not Paris. The sidewalks were not peopled with tables, and the restaurants were deserted within. There were few people abroad, for the audiences were at this hour in the theatres and the home keepers were at home. Nobody loitered in the streets but a few miserables, and they were wretchedly cold. Forbes was so desperately lonely that he resolved to call upon Persis, even if he had to talk to her husband. He walked to the Muris, but dared not turn in. He went on by. Later he was back again. 3 times his courage, or his cowardice, failed him. The last time he stopped short as if he heard a sudden halt. Willie Ensley was just stepping into a car with 2 other men, violently American and manifestly bent on finding in Paris what Paris manufactures for American visitors. Willie paused and cast his eyes along the street idly while he waited for the other 2 to precede him. Forbes stepped behind a shelter till Willie vanished. Forbes, the brave, the upright, found himself dodging to escape Willie's fishy eyes, found himself chuckling over Willie's blindness. Then he cursed himself for a reptile. He turned away from the hotel and started back to his apartment, groaning to himself, "The woman doesn't live that can make a sneak of me." Chapter 60. When he had gone a few hundred paces, he whirled about and hurried back to the hotel, asked for Monsieur et Madame Ensley, sent up his card, wished he had it back, received a summons to come up, cursed the slowness of the Parisian ascenseur, wished it would fall and kill him, moved toward Persis' door as to his execution, and was ushered in by Nichette, who was cloaked and bonneted for an evening out. She left him a moment, then came back and rattled off a string of French, from which he gleaned that he was Voulez vows to seat himself and attend a little moment. Then Nichette left him and hastened to the corner of the street, where a little waiting piou-piou shivered in his uniform. The hostility Forbes read in Nichette's look was merely her impatience at being kept a few moments longer from her sergeant, after having been detained an hour by a quarrel of the Ensleys. A quarrel ending in a defiant announcement from Willie that he was going to see the wickedest show he could find in Paris, and from Persis an hilarious bon chance. "I hope you find somebody to take you off my hands for a while." This had horrified Willie as a sacrilege, and he had regretted his vow. But in the court of the hotel he found 2 Americans who had typically arrived in Paris, and bibulously prepared for a night of social investigation, without having taken the trouble to learn a word of French, the distinction of coins, or the system of cab fares and tips. They welcomed Ensley as a life-saver, embraced him, and bade him confirm their worst suspicions of Paris. This Forbes did not know, and he misinterpreted Nichette's brusquerie. His own thoughts were brusque. He loathed himself and hated Persis and blamed her as if she had cast down a net from her window and dragged him to her feet. He paced the lavishly furnished reception room of the suite and resolved to escape before it was too late. The thought of the cold loneliness of the streets, of the town, of the world, held him back. He was unutterably forlorn. He sank into a chair and clenched his hands together. Then he heard Persis' voice. It came through the glistening portieres masking the doors to the room adjoining, a kind of living room. Music and welcome and all of Persis' beauty were in the little hospitable words. "Come in here, Harvey, won't you? I can't budge and I'm all by myself." Wondering where she was and how he should find her, he pushed through the curtains timidly as Joseph entering Potiphar's wife's boudoir. He found Persis cuddled up on a chaise long of gold and satin. She was almost lost in a jumble of parcels and toys and knick-knacks. She had been writing addresses, and the fingers she gave into his were smudged with ink. She sat like a sultana with her feet curled under her. She wore a light confection of a house gown of some astonishingly attractive hue, with plentiful display of white lace and arms and bosom and a good deal of stocking. She wore a boudoir cap fetchingly awry. Forbes put her hand up to his lips and laughed as he kissed the smudge of ink. It was the first laugh he had known for days. It was like the first chuckle of rain after a drought. It brought moisture to his eyes. He clung to her hand. It was now a rescuing hand put out to lift him from the dry well of gloom. He dropped to his knee, and without any coquetry she put her arms around him and huddled him close. His hot cheek knew the ineffable comfort of her silken shoulder, his brow felt her lips upon them. He was at home. All the strength that had sustained him, all his ideas of duty and honour, were blown away like the down of a dandelion puff by the mere breath of her lips, and now the tears his eyes had refused broke from them in flood. He wept because he was happy and because he had found contentment and refuge. He wept as great heroes and fierce warriors used to weep before tears went out of fashion for men and began to fall into disuse even among women. Persis mothered him, wondering at his childishness. She did not weep with him. She smiled. She laughed the low, thorough laughter of the victorious Delilah getting her Samson back. She loved him though she betrayed him. She loved the triumph of her beauty, the victory of her soft bosom, over all the hateful inconveniences of law and justice and piety. By and by he was smiling, too, with shame at his humanity and his return to boyhood, and with the revel of her companionship. She humiliated him deliciously by drying his wet eyelids with her fragrant tiny handkerchief, and by the silly baby talk she lavished on him. But it was the only comfortable shame he had felt in the past black days. And now they were, indeed, acquainted with each other. She had seen him weep. When a woman has gained that advantage over a man, what dignity has he left? She can make a face at him, and all his pride becomes a laughing stock. At length, to avoid the reefs of more important talk, he asked her how she came to be alone and what all the bundles were for. She explained that she had been shopping betimes for Christmas presents and had been making the things ready for the morrow's American mail. Willie had mutinied and gone vaudevilling. His man had taken the English maid of a neighbour in the hotel to a dance at the Red Mill, and Nichette had refused to miss her soldier's evening out. Persis made Forbes help her with the remaining packages, and they laughed like youngsters over the knots she tied, and the blots she made, and the things she had bought for all the people she had to buy things for, her father, her mother-in-law, her sister's children, and an army of servants. When finally the last address was inscribed, she felt that she had done enough duty for a month, and voted herself a vacation, also a cigarette. She told Forbes where Willie's cigars were kept, but he made a punctilio of not smoking them, though he had none of his own and would not order any from the hotel. They talked small talk and love talk, they laughed and cooed, they were congenial to the infinitesimal degree. The world outside was dank and cheerless. They shut it away with great curtains. They forgot that there was any curse upon their rapture. They shut out all their obligations as things clammy and odious. Nature had selected them for each other. Nature mated them and wooed for them and did not know or did not care what other plans they had made, what contracts or pledges had been assumed. The true damnation was in the earlier crime, that solemn marriage in the church before the world. The wickedness was begun at the altar, the violation of duty, the breach of the seventh, thou shalt not. It was there that Persis' feet took hold on hell, yet the world had made a jubilee of that occasion. People had put on their best clothes and were proud to be asked to assist. Rather, they should have hidden their eyes from the abomination. They should have resented the request to play accomplice to that indecency. Instead, they celebrated the crime with flowers and music, and with surplices in a church. There would be resentment enough, but belated, when the consequences of that impious sacrifice were reaped, when nature demanded restitution and scoffed at the mortgage. If this night's rite were ever heard of, it would be cried out against, the celebrants would be shunned, banished. None of this is to say that faith should not be kept, however rashly pledged, or that people should make a virtue of refusing to pay the debts they run and repudiating the laws that shelter them. Persis' earlier crime did not justify or cancel the latter, but added another to it. She had entered with open eyes into her compact with Ensley. She auctioned herself off. He was the highest bidder and she knocked herself down. She was in honour bound to stay sold, but the very readiness to commit that infamy, the yielding to that temptation, was instruction for the next. Easy bind, easy break. Her only safety was in keeping away from Forbes. That was the ambassador's wisdom. He feared the very proximity of Persis and Forbes. He foresaw that, while nature would hold cheap the laws of mankind, mankind would not accept nature as an excuse for lawlessness. In spite of him, Persis and Forbes were reunited. The withes that marriage had bound about her were as nothing to the great changes it had made in her soul. It had taken away the enormous power that exists in maidenhood, with its self-awe and its fierce defence of integrity. That instinct of self-preciousness that had made Persis hide her lips from Forbes' kisses on a far-off day was annulled, for her lips had been Willie Ensley's for more than half a year. Her body had been his toy. He had schooled her to maturity, made a woman of the girl. And now, in the presence of the bridegroom selected by nature and love, what protection had she? She had no harem walls to enclose her, no guardians to keep the suitor away or to threaten exposure. She had lost the fawn-like girlishness that would take flight. There was no nun spirit within her now to cry, "Help me." What remorse there was the man's. He blamed himself for overpowering where he was overpowered and decoyed. With the traditional mistake of the man, he accused himself of a ruthless conquest when he was really the prey of ancient guile and wile. And this again is not to blame Persis. She was herself the mere puppet of world-old impulses along the wires of sense. She was a victim too, but her remorse was hardly remorse at all, rather amazement or dismay. It was Forbes that condemned himself for dishonour. Man is the maker of laws, the upholder of laws, the punisher of those who violate the majesty of the law. But law for law's sake has little or no meaning for woman. She has her own codes and reads them within. The complex tissue of her loves and hates is her attorney, always plaintiff or defendant, not often referee. She has her glories, and perhaps they are greater than any of man's, but the creation of laws and constitutions and codes is not one of them. She is timid, she is brave, she is merciful, she is ruthless. She may reproach herself for indiscretion, for folly, for misplaced trust, for misguided emotion, but did any woman ever honestly reproach herself for a breach of honour as honour? A disloyalty to religion, yes, to faith, yes, to love, oh yes, but to honour. Persis was dumbfounded at the completeness of her success by surrender and at its rashness. She was afraid that Forbes might despise her, but she felt also the barbaric primeval perfection of the triumph of nature. She had achieved her destiny. She had been female to the male of her choice. She would fight the consequences. She would deny the fact, but she felt that she could never regret it. Immediately having made conquest of Forbes, she began to own him. She began to resent his other obligations, his other codes. Her jealousy began to function. She implored him to postpone his return to America, to follow the ambassador's body on a later steamer. Not to go, at least, on the steamer Mildred took. Anything to escape the breaking of the rose chains wherewith she withed him. But his almost filial love for his benefactor overcame even his passion. Nothing could move him from that last foothold on self-respect. The triumph of love wound up in a war, a downright quarrel with all the brutality of a married couple, and that came to an abrupt end with the tinkle of a clock sounding the hour, both of them blenched. It was as if rats fighting heard the bell of the cat. "You must hurry," she gasped. "Willie is long past due." Forbes needed no urging. He fled so precipitately that he hardly paused for a farewell kiss. They had time for no future plans. He sneaked along the corridors of the hotel. He feared to summon the elevator lest Willie step out of it. He went down by the stairways. From the entresol he studied the lobby of the hotel to make sure of not meeting Ensley. A detective might have suspected him for a thief had not his manner been the immemorial stealth of clandestine lovers. Love had belittled him thus in one evening. Little Willie Ensley could have put him to flight, have struck him without resistance, have shot him down without provoking an answering shot. So Forbes had coerced and terrified soldiers of his who were far superior to him in bulk and brawn. They saw his shoulder straps and respected them, took a pride in being humble before them. Back of them was the whole power and dignity of the nation. Willie Ensley wore the shoulder straps of the husband. He wore that authority, and back of it was arrayed the decency and the safety of human society. Chapter 61. Forbes took the steamer he had planned to take, though he had such battles with his recalcitrant heart that he did not feel safe till the tender at Cherbourg put away from the ship and left him no opportunity of return. Equally disconsolate was young Stow Webb, who had lost his post with his chief, and who was in a panic of uncertainty. But Mildred, on her first day of calm, reverted to habit and began to take thought of the welfare of others. She asked Stow of his plans, and learning of his hopelessness, immediately begged him to act as her own secretary, at an increase of salary, because of the extra trouble she would give him. The reaction from despair to this paradise was so great that young Webb found it hard to maintain the appropriate solemnity. He fired off a wireless to the friend who received his messages for Alice, and when he heard it crackling from the mast, it was like a volley of festival skyrockets. He told Forbes of his newfound hope and how poor it was at best, and Forbes envied him his very deferment. There was something so clean and beautiful about a young lover trying to earn enough to earn the girl that waits for him. Young Webb was building a home, and Forbes was destroying one. The arrival in New York brought a new mountain of tasks for Forbes. Mildred had adopted him as an elder brother. She gave him power of attorney in the endless interviews with the lawyers, executors, directors, and the officials in the Department of State. Forbes soon learned what the ambassador's hints as to his will had meant. A recent codicil bequeathed to him almost as much as Tate's dead son was to have had. It seemed to Forbes as if Satan had laid the wealth of Ormus and of Ind at his feet, and knelt there grinning over the hoard. There was a further sardonic bitterness in the legacy, since he knew that it had been given him so that he might feel able to make Mildred his wife without sacrifice of his pride. The thought came to him that he could square himself with the dead and with the living by carrying out this implied, if not inscribed, condition of the deed of gift. Mildred was a splendid soul. She was not Aphrodite like Persis, but Minerva was beautiful too. Mildred was far nobler than Persis, who was not noble at all. She would be a magnificent wife. She would make their home a beehive of lofty purposes amid serene delights. A union with Mildred would be wonderful. It would crown life, and he felt that Mildred would not oppose it. He resolved again and again to ask her, but he simply could not tell her that he loved her as a wife ought to be loved. He and Mildred had become so dear to each other as brother and sister that no other affection seemed possible. To marry her would mean not only an infidelity to Persis, but a more cruel infidelity to Mildred. Unable to fulfill the condition of the legacy, he tried to refuse it. The executors asked him why. His evasions led them to suspect his sanity. Mildred would ask him why. What could he tell her? He consulted Ten Eyck, but could tell him only that he could not give Mildred the love that was needed to sanctify the marriage. Ten Eyck probably understood more than he admitted. He lifted one eyebrow and lowered the other, as if his mind were divided between two comments. He said, I see why you can't go to nice old Mildred and say, dear girl, I wouldn't marry you for $100,000. That would be an awful black eye to hand a charming lady. But I can't say that your motives of love appeal to me, Forbesy. You sound like the heroine of an old-fashioned novel refusing to marry a rich man because she loves old Dr. A. Nother. But whatever you do, Forbesy, don't refuse the money. In times like these, when bank presidents are robbing their children's savings banks for car fare, don't spurn any real money, or you'll cause several persons to die of apoplexy, and strong men will lead you to the paddedest cell in the house of foolishness. Take the money and build an old lady's home with it, but don't make a solemn jackass of yourself right out in public. Forbes took the money, promising himself that he would scatter it in beautiful deeds of charity. But he didn't. One never does. In the first place, money in large quantities has singular adhesive and cohesive properties. In the second place, when the news of his wealth was published, he received such serial avalanches of begging letters of every sort, noble and ignoble, that he was dismayed. He showed a stack of them to 10 Ike, who said, "You could give away your fortune in a week, and make about as much of a show as if you drove a sprinkling cart along the main street of hell." All millionaires grow callous. If they don't, they cease to be millionaires. Forbes answered a few of the appeals with checks and planned to file the others alphabetically for future reference, but he never got round to filing them. This was not the only sarcasm of his wealth. He had returned to his duties as a line captain and was restored to Governor's Island. But here again there was discomfort. His fellow officers envied him his luck, but despised him for not profiting by it, and it did seem peculiarly grotesque that a man of his important means should be trudging about on a drill ground giving orders to stupid privates and taking orders from stupid superiors. His very men seemed to think he was a ludicrous fanatic. He felt that he must leave the service. He poured out his woes to 10 Ike again, who advised caution. "Don't jump out of the frying pan, Forbes, till you've tested the fire with your big toe. You might be even unhappier out of the army than in it. Ask for a long leave of absence, say 6 months, and see how you like it. Then you can resign or go back." "They won't give me 6 months' leave without a good reason," Forbes demurred, though he was fascinated by the idea. "A lot of money is a good reason for nearly anything. Anybody will give a rich man what he asks for," 10 Ike insisted. "Take some of the high boys out in your car, and blow them off to a gorgeous evening and promise them some more of the same. Then pop the question." Forbes made the attempt, and it succeeded with surprising ease. He was granted 6 months' leave of absence without pay, for special research and experiment. His research was into the comforts of wealth, and his experiment was the effect of life without labor or ambition. Forbes had a car now. He had not intended to get one, but after dodging salesmen for weeks, one of them lay in ambush for him and carried him off for a ride, a demonstration in disguise. He was so captivated by the 1915 model and the enlarged powers it gave him that he capitulated and bought. He learned to be his own chauffeur, but this was so inconvenient at times that he was soon hiring a charioteer. And of course, he never skimmed the earth or sped through beauties of landscape that he did not wish for Persis at his side. He had a better car than Ensley's now. He could buy Persis the costly, cosy little runabout she wanted. He could hire her father's chauffeur and nichette. He could buy her great quantities of clothes, and he had leisure for her entertainment. But he had not her, nor the right to buy things for her. Away from her, he found that time was softening his remorse without hardening his heart against her. His wealth was mockery. His leisure was mockery. His mind was hardly more than a music box eternally purling one little tune, Persis, 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 And then Persis came back as if his longing had pulsed across the sea. She had no difficulty in persuading Willie to return to New York. He felt positively footsore from travel. As they came up the bay on a homebound liner, her heart was beating as if she were entering a dark room full of ghosts. As Governor's Island was reached, she studied it again with a marine glass. She thought of the little homes of the officers' wives, the little garage-less quarters where there must be so much content. She wished to God that she were living in one of those little homes there. If she had married Forbes, she would never have caused the ambassador's death. She would not have given herself to Willie Ensley. She could not have had more unhappiness, more loneliness and vain regrets. She would have dwelt in Forbes' arms. She would have been his all day long and all the long nights. All this past and horrible year would have been a true honeymoon. Love would have been wealth enough. As she had told Alice Neff, almost anything that we are not used to is a luxury. She had learned the corollary that almost any luxury becomes a poverty as soon as one is used to it. She was all too familiar with splendor. She hungered for a life of little comforts. The word cozy grew magically beautiful. She had not been long ashore before she learned the new status of Forbes. It was Mrs. Neff who told her, taunting her with having jumped into the marital noose with Willie too soon. She had not been long ashore before she met Forbes, and once more it was Willie who brought her into his presence. Forbes was now a member of several of the more important clubs. Willie met him at one of them, and asked him to join a crowd he was inviting up to the country place. Forbes' heart began to knock at his breast at the thought of being with Persis again in the Ensley Eden. A remnant of honesty led him to decline the invitation on the ground of another engagement, but Willie insisted. "You had such a rotten time there last spring," he said. "I want to make up. There won't be any lilacs yet, but there'll be servants and something to eat." Forbes flung off his scruples and promised to motor up. The phrase sounded odd in his ears, for he remembered the poverty of his first visit, when he went as a passenger in Mrs. Neff's car. When he spoke of his car, Ensley said, "By the way, if you're motoring up you might bring Mrs. Neff and Alice. The old lady's old car has got the sciatica or something." So Forbes brought Mrs. Neff along and Alice. Mrs. Neff had much to say of his wealth, and now that she knew Persis to be out of the running, she had evidently entered Alice for the Forbes stakes. Forbes could feel the idea in the air, and he was exceedingly embarrassed. He was embarrassed more by his arrival at the country home. The great hill was as bleak as the granite bridge. The trees were shaggy with snow. The house was part of the winter, as white as an igloo. The statues were oddly distorted with icicles and snow. They looked very cold, especially the Cupid in the temple, a windy and forlorn white kiosk where a naked child suffered exile. It struck him as pitifully appropriate to the Ensley menage that love should be left out in the cold. Persis received him now in her quality of owner and housewife, with a flock of servants everywhere. He found her in the living room, surrounded by guests, chattering and lounging and sprawling. He had not seen her since he left her that night in Paris. She gave him her hand and a few commonplace words, but their eyes embraced and their lips were tremulous with unspoken messages and ungiven kisses. Her manner warned him, and her apparent neglect of him gave him the cue of his behaviour. But there were brief collisions when it was possible to murmur a word or two before one of the numerous other guests drifted up and ruined the tete-a-tete. He pleaded ruthlessly for a meeting. She pleaded for discretion above all things. She reminded him of the great difference between the condition of their former visit and the present. With only a few about them before, they had narrowly escaped discovery. What chance had they now? As the dinner hour approached, and the others went up to dress, Forbes lingered and Persis sat with him a moment in the embrasure of that drawing-room window where they had once held rendezvous. The mystery was gone from it, and the poetry. but they seized each other in one swift embrace of arms and lips. Even this was broken just in time to escape the sight of the butler, who entered to ask a question as to the wines for the dinner. Persis gave her orders with an impatience that could hardly have escaped the man's notice. She felt a little extra effort at impassivity in his manner, and was sure that he suspected her of more than a hospitable interest in Forbes. She could not resent an unexpressed intuition, but she felt humbled and shamed and afraid. When the butler was gone, she repeated her warning to Forbes, but he took her in his arms again. Her mind told her that she must not go on registering faint impressions in the minds of servants and of guests, but her heart would not defer entirely to her intelligence. Forbes was taciturn at the dinner. Mrs. Neff could not provoke him to vivacity. She noted that his gaze returned constantly to Persis, and that when her look came down the board to him, it softened strangely. After dinner, little cliques were formed about the billiard and the pool tables, the card tables, and a few danced the everlasting tango with some new variation. Forbes and Persis danced together, and many eyes noted the perfect rapport of their mood, the solemn joy they took in the welded union. "How well they dance," was the spoken comment, but the thought was, "How congenial they seem." Shortly after 9 there was an excitement. On the hill opposite a building was on fire. The guests crowded and jostled at the windows. Somebody proposed that they all go to the scene of the blaze. The irresistible fascination of a burning building at night was inducement enough. Motors were telephoned for from the distant garage, and there was a scramble for wraps. Forbes' car was not brought up, and he was invited into Ensley's. He climbed in but clambered out again to get an extra wrap for Mrs. Neff. A maid had already run for it, and by the time he returned the cars had all gone. He stood regretting boyishly the loss of the opportunity to go to a fire. He watched for a few moments from the steps and then turned back into the house. He found Persis at the drawing-room window. She had declined to go. He joined her. Out on the white edge of the lawn they could see the servants in a little mob staring at the pyrotechnics of an upward rain of sparks. "I'll put out the light, we can see better," he said. "No, no," she protested, but he had already found and turned the switch. They were in a cavern of darkness with one window dimly reddened. He found his way back to her. She urged him to turn the light on again, but he refused. She moved to turn it on herself, but he held her fast, and compelled her back to the deep embrasure, and drew the curtains behind them. She could count the servants on the lawn outside. They were all there. She felt that it was safe to be alone with Forbes, at least till one of the domestics should detach himself from the group and move across the snowy sheet of white. They watched in silence a while the leaping red geyser of the flames. It grew and expanded till it formed a huge ember-mottled orchid with vast petals trembling in the wind. On the far-off roads they could see the long shafts of motor lights wavering like antennae. From all the homes of the region the neighbours were hastening to the spectacle, huge night moths drawn by the flaring lamp. For a long, blissful while the flame flower bloomed against the black sky. At last it wilted and failed and shriveled. Then the servants turned back to the house. Persis fled from Forbes' arms to her own room, where Nichette found her, apparently established the past hour. Forbes waited at another window, and when at last the motors came puffing back the homecomers were too benumbed with cold and too eager for warming drinks to know or care whether Forbes had been with them or not. Anyone who might have missed him would have supposed him to be in one of the other cars. The next day some of the guests rode over to see the ruins. Forbes and Persis went along. To their amazement, what had seemed while flaming to be a miracle of enchantments, a palace afire, proved in the daylight to have been a miserable shack whose hollow shams and rotten timbers the flames had mercilessly exposed to public contempt, stark, charred, cold, obscene. "It was so beautiful while it burned," said Persis. "I can't believe it's the same. It was like a wild rose in the night, but in the daylight it's hideous, it's revolting. Look at the fraud in the building of the house, the rotten timbers, the ghastly furniture in the back rooms." Forbes was about to say that their passion had something akin to this, but as he raised his eyes to hers he saw that she had the same thought. She shivered and said, "Let's get away from the place." Chapter 62. Never, it seems, has human ingenuity been able to devise a scheme of guardianship that human ingenuity could not thwart. Seeing that seraglio walls and yashmaks and eunuchs and bowstrings and scarlet letters and pillories and divorce courts and gossips have failed to scare fidelity into the disloyal, perhaps the modern honour system is as good as any. But the honour system is not infallible, and not all the spies of Mrs. Grundy can coerce from without those who are not coerced from within their own hearts. For those who are willing to devote themselves to deceit and make an industry of other people's property, opportunities have always been infernally provided. Persis and Forbes did not find it difficult to be alone. Solitude seemed to be created suddenly in crowds, chances to escape and to creep back undetected seemed to be brandished in their faces. The unabated plague of the tango explained their presence at all sorts of hours, at all sorts of places. There were morning classes in new steps. Between the courses of luncheon at numerous restaurants in and out of town there were dances, and these were prolonged till tea, and after that till dinner, and on until whatever hour of closing the individual cabaretier had arranged with the police. The private hostesses seemed to vie with the restaurateurs. The dancing frenzy had shown no signs of passing. It had developed into a revolution that swept the world. Dancers who were yesterday unknown, today were wealthy. A dancer and his wife had grown to such dimensions of fame that influential people rented them a house on Fifth Avenue, where lessons could be given at all hours. A girl who had danced in a restaurant became a national figure and hired a hall. The clergy and the editors fought in vain. The Kaiser and the Pope were unheeded. All the nations danced. Even the Japanese caught the contagion. New steps abounded. It became so complex that it was not easy to change partners. The turkey trot was laughably obsolete. Everything and everybody was influenced by the tango in one of its countless forms. It had already made itself an epoch in human history. Willie Ensley was one of the stubborn minority that refused to dance or go to dances. After a number of vain assertions of an authority he could not enforce, he ceased to concern himself with Persis' whereabouts. She ceased to announce her program in advance or to report it afterward. The motor car was another immense enlargement of liberty and license. It was so easy to outstrip pursuit and outwit espionage. In 2 hours one could vanish into the wilderness and return without evidence of escape. At distant roadhouses and motor caravansaries, the twang of tango music troubled the country midnights. And so the intrigue of Captain Forbes and Mrs. Ensley prospered and established itself as the habit of their lives. Their souls adapted themselves to it. Precautions against discovery became second nature, like precautions against disease and accident. They were bound together in a kind of secret wedlock, what Tibullus called the furtivi foeda electi. Persis, like another Guinevere, justified herself to herself by the feeling that she was true to one Launcelot. She flirted with no one else. She kept Willie's home in order as best she could. She paid him the tribute of outward devotion and public respect. Above all, she justified herself by her success. So far as she could see, not a human being suspected her love for Forbes, not a breath of scandal had been stirred. And all the while gossip was busy with them. Evidence accumulated against them grain by grain, as sand dunes are formed into walls. Everybody spoke of the intrigue to everybody but those most concerned. Nobody warned Persis or rebuked Persis or tattled to Willie. A few fearless persons talked to Persis' father, but he could not believe, or believing, could not touch so repulsive a topic in his few meetings with his daughter. How could a father accuse his little girl of outrages against a commandment he had been afraid even to mention to her? Several women broached the theme with Willie's mother, who had been suspicious on her own account. She answered the gossips with fervent denials and with vigorous defence of Persis, but she vowed to herself that she would descend upon her daughter-in-law with vengeance. Yet before Persis' eyes she could only dissemble, then she would resolve to warn her son, but she feared the terrific possibilities of lighting such a fuse. Willie was like herself in so many ways, and half of her blood was from the Spanish aristocracy through an international marriage. Eventually people began to say that somebody must tell Willie, and some day somebody might. Some day he might stumble upon some tryst or open a letter or overhear a gossip's careless word. Ten Eyck heard plenteous scandal and he was heartbroken. Even his cynicism could not stomach the intrigue. But even his affection could not bring him to protest. He had intervened once before in such a scandal. But the husband had forgiven his wife because of her beauty and her gaiety, and both of them had thereafter been his bitterest enemies, because he knew and had said too much. Friends who had merely gossiped behind their backs were reinstated to complete favour. Everybody felt that Persis and Forbes, in their mad gallop across another man's boundary line, were riding for a fall. But everybody was fascinated by the breathlessness of the gallopade, the escapes from disaster. Nobody cut Persis, omitted her from a list of invitations, or treated her otherwise than as a valued and charming ornament to the world. Nobody would desert her so long as she kept the saddle, held her head up and remained attractive. But should she fall and be dragged in the dirt, then the panic would come. Then the majesty of public morals would assert itself, and her friends would flee from her, as if she appeared among them chalk-faced and scaly-handed with leprosy. Meanwhile the poison of their Judah's life was wearing upon their own souls. Forbes was growing restive to be at work again upon his career. To be the messenger boy of a woman's summons grew increasingly irksome. He dreaded an official cognizance of his new career as home wrecker, and his innate decency was more and more rebellious against the outrages he committed incessantly against his self-respect, his creeds, his codes, his position. And last of all, a strange new horror assailed the basking luxury of Persis. It dawned upon her that in spite of all her precautions nature was about to make the use of her that all this rapture was for. Her physician confirmed her dread and congratulated her, and her husband. She dared not ask his aid in foiling her destiny. She dared not ask anybody's aid. Her life of pleasure hunting had made a coward of her, and so at length remorse found a lodging even in her voluptuous life. She understood the fearful responsibility she had assumed to a future soul, and she grovelled in abject self-derision to think that even she could not be sure of her child's legitimacy. So helpless a vessel for nature's chemistry she was that she was not permitted to know even that, and she could not so much as be sure whether she even wished it to be love's child or the law's. The treachery to her own child was so hideous that she would have killed herself had she not dreaded to add murder to suicide. She longed to pour out her woes to Forbes, but she could not bring herself to confess her degradation. He only knew that somehow all the rapture was gone from their union. It had lost even that compensation. The thought came to Forbes that there was but one way to make their life livable, to make it frank and public. Persis must enter the divorce court, and as soon as possible after marry him. That sort of solution for such intrigues had been much practised of late. It had become so fashionable that protest was losing its vigour. He opened the subject to Persis. She shrank from it with revulsion. She could not tell him her secret even then, but it was a mighty argument to herself against such a step. She gave other reasons cogent enough in her opinion. Anything but divorce, Harvey. I'd rather die than go through it. Willie couldn't do the polite thing. He is a Catholic, you know, and his mother's Spanish blood boils at the divorce habit. Or then, if he won't give it, you can take it anyway. But suppose he should fight? Suppose he should set detectives going back over our trail or bribe the servants? Look at this morning's papers, the ghastly headlines about Mrs. Tom Corliss, her photographs. Did you read the testimony of the maid at that big hotel? Suppose Willie should get hold of that bellboy who was so insolent to us, the one we didn't dare rebuke and had to tip so heavily. Did you read Mrs. Tom's love letters yesterday? Only one paper dared to print them all. Mrs. Neff said everybody bought it specially. Mrs. Neff laughed till she cried. Wouldn't you rather die than go through with it? And my God, how they would tear me to pieces. The poor people and the middle-class people push through the divorce court in droves. 80 divorces were granted in 2 hours the other day, Murray 10 Ike was telling me, and only one paper mentioned it in a paragraph. But if Mrs. Tom Corliss gets the front page, what wouldn't they give to Mrs. Willie Ensley? Forbes said no more. Somehow he was reminded of the time when he was dancing with Persis, and the rose light was suddenly changed to green. There was a charnel odour in the air. Chapter 63. The following afternoon Persis came home from a tango tea where she had expected to meet Forbes. Through some misunderstanding he had failed to appear. This left her plans in a decided tangle. He was probably trying to find her by telephone. He would doubtless call up the house. Things were in a mess there too. An ancient romance in the servants' quarters had resulted in a wedding between the second man and one of the chambermaids. Nichette had been chosen as a bridesmaid and had begged off for the afternoon, as had all of the others that could be spared. Nichette had long ago been taken into their confidence as a necessary go-between. Persis trembled lest a message from Forbes should fall into inexperienced hands. To complicate matters, Willie had resolved to go to the opera that night and to be on time. He had read an editorial, somewhere ridiculing the horseshoe of box-holders, for their indifference to overtures and first acts. Willie naturally selected this one evening for his rebuke to the editor. Dinner was to be served an hour earlier than usual. Harrowed by the multiplex difficulties surrounding an intrigue, Persis was kept waiting at the door a long time in the cold. She was about to rend the tardy footman to pieces when the door was opened by Crofts, the superannuated butler, an heirloom from Ensley's father. Crofts had long ago reached the age when he was too venerable to wear the Ensley livery. He was an ideal gentleman, respected and loved by all the family and its friends. But as an officer of the household he was deaf, decrepit and almost useless. Yet he was too much of an institution to discharge, and he simply would not retire. He was permitted to lag superfluous as a sort of butler emeritus. At large dinners, he hovered about in the offing, correcting and directing with a marvellous tact and an infallible memory for the encyclopedic lore of nice service. For a guest to be recognised by his watery old eyes and named by his thin lips was in itself a distinction. Today he was blissfully happy. The young upstart servants had flocked to the wedding and he was called to the helm. When Persis saw him at the door her heart melted, but it also sank. "Did anybody call?" she asked, and asked several times in crescendo. "Only Mrs. Ensley, ma'am," he whispered in his dry, cackling, deaf man's voice. Persis cast her eyes up in despair and hastened to pay her devoirs to her mother-in-law. The elder Mrs. Ensley was looking radiantly beautiful in her white hair and her black eyes, and the assisted red of her Spanish lips, with her cascade of furs falling about her. She smiled at Persis sadly. Her daughter-in-law was beautiful undeniably. What a pity that she was not also good. But she kept back her reproaches and said in the most delicate of accents, with her tendency to an exquisite lisp, "Don't worry, my dear, it's only a duty call." "Won't you stop to dinner?" Persis urged. "We're only going to have a bite. We're dining early and hurrying away to the opera. Willie is determined to hear the overture and the first act. I dote on Carmen, but I've never been in time for the first of it." "Carmen," Mrs. Ensley sniffed. "That old slander on my race, as if Spanish women were all faithless." "But if it's Carmen for Spain," Persis said, "it's Camille for France and Becky Sharp for England and who for America? Hester Prynne, perhaps." "Oh yes," laughed Persis. "Even the Puritans had their scandals, but she was a grass widow and the town was so dull and the preacher so handsome. Can you blame her?" "Cynical Persis," Mrs. Ensley sighed. "Well, I shall be late." "I wish you'd stay," Persis lied graciously. "You're a picture. And everybody says you are flirting dreadfully with old General Branscombe. I hope you don't believe all you hear. Only the worst. Then you're on the safe side, but remember, my dear, other people can apply the same rule. I'm not the only one who has been suspected of flirting with an army officer." The doorbell had punctuated their chatter several times. It rang again. "Now who's that? Expecting anybody?" "No, and I've got to fling into my opera gown." "What are you wearing tonight?" The rhapsody of description was interrupted by the incursion of Willie. He wore his overcoat and top hat into the room and his keychain dangled. He was in one of his most fretful moods. He vouchsafed his mother a casual "Oh, hello, Madam Mia," then turned to Persis. "What the devil has happened to the servants? Nobody to answer the bell, had to let myself in. Deuced nuisance unbuttoning coat, getting keys out, finding right one. What are we coming to? I'll fire that Dobbs. You forget, dear, he is getting married this afternoon." "We all ought to have gone," said Mrs. Ensley, but Willie has no sense of obligation to his employees. He ignored the suggestion and raged on. "Well, Dobbs isn't our only servant, is he?" "No," Persis explained, "but you see he's marrying the housekeeper's daughter and the butler is best man and the maids are bridesmaids." "Romance everywhere," Willie sneered as he laid off his things and threw them on a chair, "except upstairs. I suppose that's why my man was so surly when I told him he'd have to stay and dress me. He'll probably cut my throat while he shaves me." "I wish he would." "That's cheerful," said Persis. "What brings you home from the club so early? It's such an unusual honor." "I heard something I didn't like, gossip." "Tell us what you heard," Mrs. Ensley asked hungrily. "I prefer not to retail club gossip in my home," said Willie. "Oh, aren't we punctilious?" Persis railed, and Willie answered curtly, "One of us ought to be." Persis was jarred a trifle, but her only comment was, "Why is it that when men are feeling ugly they always come home early?" Willie threw her a look of wrath and turned to his distressed mother. "Won't you stop to dinner? Not when there's so much war paint visible, thanks. But hang it all," Willie began and checked himself, for Crofts shuffled through the room. Willie rounded on him. "Oh, somebody at last, eh? Why the deuce was no one at the door? I had to let myself in." Crofts cupped his hand behind his ear and crackled, "Beg pardon, sir." "I had to let myself in, I say." "Very sorry, sir, but owing to Dobbs' wedding and your early dinner, sir, the servants have a great deal to do." "But I rang and rang." Willie stormed and repeated wrathfully, "I rang and rang." "Very sorry indeed, sir," Crofts pleaded. "My hearing isn't as good as it was when I entered your father's service." "Well, I won't have my house turned into an infirmary." Crofts heard that and withered. "Your father never complained of me, sir." "You heard better then and jumped quicker," Willie shouted. The old man at bay answered with unintended irony. I meant no offence, sir, by growing old. Oh, get out, Willie snapped. Crofts bowed and turned on Persis a pitiful look. She gave him a glance of sympathy, then pointed to Ensley's coat and hat. Crofts took them and, touching the back of his hand to his eyes and swallowing hard, shuffled away. Willie's mother rebuked him. You've broken his poor old heart. And Persis was more severe. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Willie retorted more sharply. Oh, we all ought to be ashamed of ourselves for something or other. Crofts isn't the only man on earth with a broken heart. As Persis stared in wonderment at his unusual mood, Crofts came back. You are wanted on the telephone, ma'am. The gentleman wouldn't give his name. Persis flinched at this and stammered, You'll excuse me. Mrs. Ensley answered with a sudden frigidity, Of course, but I'll not wait. Goodbye. Goodbye, said Persis uneasily, and left the room. The moment she was gone, Mrs. Ensley put her hand on Willie's arm and spoke in some confusion. Willie, it's very hard for me to say it, but I think you allow Persis too much liberty. Willie snorted. Gad, a lot of good it does an American husband to try to manage his wife. I know, and Persis is very headstrong, Mrs. Ensley faltered. But well, if anything happens, remember I tried to. Enjoying the luxury of an I told you so already, eh? Willie sneered. What's up? Oh, nothing definite, but I'm just a little uneasy. It can't hurt to keep your eyes open, can it? She had said this much at last. Willie took it solemnly. What could hurt a man worse than to have to watch his wife? Well, if that's the way you feel, just forget what I've said. I'm a foolish old woman. Goodbye. Willie let her make her way out unattended. He stood musing till Persis came back, then he wakened with a start and demanded, Who was it telephoned you? The question took Persis by surprise. No one that would interest you. Are you sure? Since when this sudden concern in my affairs? Aren't your affairs mine? He pleaded, but she was curt. Indeed they're not. I don't nag you with questions. He answered this with a sorrowful humility. Sometimes I wish you would take a little more interest. You're in a funny mood, she said more gently. It's not very funny to me, he groaned. You'll feel better after dinner. Run along and let Brooks dress you. What about you? I had my hair done while I was out. I've got to wait for Nichette to get back. I'll come up as soon as I write a letter or two. All right, he sighed, and went out obediently, but paused to stare at her with a curious craftiness. Chapter 64. Persis awaited his departure impatiently, tapping her foot with restlessness. She fell into reverie of indefinite duration. The bell rang. She gave a start of joy. Crofts went by on his way to the door. She checked him. I'm expecting Captain Forbes. He got the name on the third iteration. If it is he, show him in here. He nodded and set out again. She called after him, If it is anyone else, I'm not at home. She ran to a mirror, preened herself expectantly and waited with a look of joy. Crofts returned with a card. Persis took it and asked, You told her I was out? Crofts was alarmed at once. No, ma'am, I said you were at home. But I said I was out to everyone except. Crofts was in despair at his blunder. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm afraid I'm too old and deaf to. She relented and patted his hard shoulder blade. There, don't worry, we'll get through the day somehow, show Mrs. Neff in. But nobody else except Captain Forbes. Crofts smiled like a forgiven child and returned with Mrs. Neff, who bustled in crying, my dear, such luck to find you at home. So sweet of you to come, said Persis. She was in no mood for Mrs. Neff. She determined to be rid of her. She explained about the early dinner and begged to be excused lest Willie murder her for being late. Persis rang for Crofts, kissed Mrs. Neff a grateful goodbye and fled. As Crofts opened the door to let Mrs. Neff out, he let Winifred Mather in. Crofts protested feebly that Persis was not at home, but Winifred came in anyway. Winifred was just returned from Paris, foiled in her campaign for the late ambassador and determined to regain her control over Bob Fielding. She had not seen Mrs. Neff, and she had much to say. Ignoring the helpless Crofts, they drifted back to the drawing room to swap scandals from the opposite shores of the ocean. In this fascinating barter they forgot the flight of time, forgot even the place they were in, for they fell to discussing Persis and her affair with Forbes. Winifred had heard of it even in Paris. "But what does Willie think of it?" she asked. "If he can think." "In any intrigue, my dear," Mrs. Neff pronounced, "the last three persons to learn what all the world knows are the husband and the two intriguers." "I saw Bob Fielding yesterday," said Winifred. "He told me about it on the dock. He's furious at Persis. He said somebody ought to tell Willie." "He's right, my dear," said Mrs. Neff, "but who wants to do that sort of job? It's like street cleaning, very necessary and sanitary, but we don't care to do it ourselves, and we don't admire the people who do. Crooked things have a way of arranging themselves in this naughty world. Leave Persis alone. Some day some little accident she couldn't foresee, the mistake of a messenger boy or a postman or somebody, and bang, out comes the whole scandal. Persis is clever, but she's juggling with dynamite." It was only the last 13 words that Persis overheard as she came down to the drawing room, never dreaming that Mrs. Neff had not gone or that Winifred had come. Her slippers were soft and her gown made no frou-frou. The voices of the women, softened to a ghoulish stealth, reached her with uncanny clearness. She paused, struck to stone. Her heart pummeled her till her throat throbbed visibly. She wanted to fall down and die. She wanted to run from the house and from the town. Instead, she shook off every primitive impulse and, tossing her head in defiance of fate, marched into the room with all the gracious majesty of a young queen going to her coronation. Her costume completed the picture. She was robed for the opera, and she wore her all-around crown of diamonds. She stared incredulously at Winifred and cried with ardent hospitality, "Winifred, it's you. I didn't know you were in town." And Winifred, assured by her manner that she had not overheard, hastened to embrace her, exclaiming, "Persis, darling, I haven't seen you for 1,000 years." And they kissed each other. "You see, I haven't gone yet," Mrs. Neff apologized. "Winifred and I fell to talking about you, of course." "Say it to my face," said Persis. Winifred lied angelically. "Cornelia was telling me how famously you and Willie get along. You're so congenial." Persis recognized the intended obloquy and beamed in answer. "Willie is a duck of a husband. Why don't you try marriage?" This was so straight a lunge that Winifred slid in a sly riposte. "Do you ever see that Lil Snowger man of yours any more?" "Lil Snowger man, have I one?" said Persis, white-mouthed with fear at the directness of the attack, and at the simultaneous tingle of the doorbell. She tried to check Crofts, calling to him as he moved to the door, but he did not hear. Mrs. Neff was enjoying the rare treat of seeing Persis discomfited, ill at ease. She joined the onset. "She means Captain Forbes." "Yes, that's the one," Winifred smiled. "See him often?" "Oh, once in a long while," Persis confessed. "Why?" "I just wondered. He used to be so devoted to you." "Oh, that was ages ago," Persis laughed, and then Crofts came in with his little salver. Persis regarded it with as much dread as if it bore the head of John the Baptist instead of a tiny white card. Crofts was so proud of remembering his instructions that he murmured, with a senile smile, "You told me you were at home to him, ma'am." Persis read the name, and it danced before her eyes fantastically. In the phrase of the prize fighters, they had her going. It was all so simple and foolish, yet so naggingly annoying that she was utterly nonplussed. She stood a moment, snapping the card in her fingers. Then she had a mad inspiration. She smiled stupidly between Mrs. Neff and Winifred and said, "It's my lawyer. I'll go to the door and see him." "But I asked him to come up." Crofts protested in a doddering collapse and vanished like a ghost at cockcrow. Forbes appeared at the door. He saw Persis, and there was no mistaking the love in his eyes. Then he saw Winifred and Mrs. Neff, and there was no mistaking his confusion, though he tried to put on a smile of delight at the sight of them. Mrs. Neff grinned with rapturous malice and bewildered Forbes utterly by asking 3 ironical questions and not staying for an answer. "Changed your profession, Captain Forbes. A lawyer now, specialty divorces." Then she nodded to Winifred and they made their way out, ignoring Persis' outstretched hand. Chapter 65. Forbes stared after the 2 women in complete perplexity. He turned to Persis to ask stupidly, "What did they mean, Persis?" Persis had lost almost every whit of self-control. She had an insane desire to scream, to hide somewhere and go into hysterics. She sank into a chair and mumbled, "They know everything. Good God, it's not possible, was it because I came in as I did?" "Yes, but it wasn't your fault, it was mine and Croft's." He made to take her in his arms, but she warned him where he was with a gesture. He sank into a chair, groaning, "I'd rather cut off my right hand than bring suspicion on you, Persis." Staring idly ahead of her, Persis maundered in a hollow voice, "And they refused my hand." The lash of this remembered insult brought her to her feet with a snarl. "They refused my hand. Oh, it's all over now. A war extra couldn't spread the scandal faster than those 2 women. But I suppose it had to come some day, and we thought we were so discreet." She laughed bitterly, for the luxury of self-contempt was alkali upon her tongue, but Forbes could only sigh. "How you must hate me. How much I love you," she whispered. Even in her panic she had no reproach for the author of her defeat, and as she paced the floor she touched his cheek with a passing caress. She walked to the window idly and stared out into the street. She fell back with a gasp. "Oh, they saw me, they saw me." Who saw you?" "Alice Neff and Stowe Webb just drove up. They waved to me. They're coming here. Good Lord of Heaven, at such a time." The doorbell rang in confirmation and Crofts shuffled down the hall. He glanced timidly at Persis and she nodded her head. "You can't see them now," Forbes protested. "Tell the man not to let them in." "It wouldn't do any good, besides they saw me. Now of all times I must keep up a bold front." "Wait in the library, Harvey. I'll get rid of them as soon as I can." He was hardly gone before Alice came running, crying, "Oh, here you are," and seizing the hand that Persis thrust at her absent-mindedly. Stowe Webb seized her other hand and clung to it as Alice rattled on. "We had the narrowest escape. Just as our taxi drew up to your door, my awful mother and Winifred drove away without seeing us." "And you poor children still have to meet in secret too?" Persis asked with a dreary sympathy. "Indeed we have to," Webb replied, "and always shall. Her mother won't let me in the house, and I am doing a little better now, 2,000 a year, but Alice's mother still calls me a pauper. Our only hope is a runaway marriage, but Alice always remembers what you told her. I wish you could advise her differently now, for we are hopelessly unhappy. We couldn't be more miserable even if we were married." Alice corroborated this theory. "It's simply terrible, the trials we are put to now, but you made it so vivid to me, the other side of it. The sordidness, the poverty, the stares, the bills, how I should grow plain and begin to nag, how I should ruin Stowe's career. Oh, why do we women always seem to be getting in the way of the careers of the men we love? Why can't we help them?" "We can, Alice, we can," Persis averred with a sudden energy. "If we begin the right way, if our love is the right sort, if we don't wait too long." "Marry him, Alice." "But you said," Alice reminded her, "that I should miss all the comforts that make life worthwhile." And Persis answered with a solemnity that was unwanted in her, "If you don't marry the one you love, you miss everything that makes life worthwhile. If you don't sacrifice everything that love asks, why, love robs you of all your delight in the things you have kept. Your mother will forgive you, Alice, but what if she doesn't? It is better to lack the forgiveness of someone else, of everyone else, than to feel that you can never, never forgive yourself. That is the most horrible thing in life, not to forgive yourself. But you talk so differently now," Alice interposed, and Persis explained it dismally enough. I know more now than I did then. Alice went into her arms, eager to be coerced and decided for, and you really think it is my duty to go? A woman's first duty is to her love, Persis cried. Go, marry the boy, Alice, and be true to him, oh, be true to him. Always, whatever, whoever comes into your life, love and fidelity, what a marriage they make. Young Webb bent and kissed her hand, saying, You must be a very good woman to give such noble advice. And Willie Ensley must be a mighty good husband. Come along, Alice, remember your promise. He started to drag her out, but Alice hung back and demanded, Give us your blessing first. My blessing, and Persis' amazement was hardly greater than a curious shock of rapture over the unheard-of prayer. Yes, for you are so good, Alice insisted, and Persis, in half-hysterical emotion, waved her shivering hands over them and murmured, God be with you forever. When they had gone and Forbes came back to her, she was mumbling in a strange delight. I don't believe anyone ever before called me good. It has a rather pleasant sound. She was half laughing, half crying. I've done some good in the world at last. I don't believe I ever truly loved you till now, Forbes said. He had played eavesdropper to her counsel, and it had endeared her to him magically. He took her in his arms and she kissed him, and there was a moment of peaceful oblivion. Then the habit of stealth resumed control of Persis. She began anew to hear footsteps everywhere and to imagine eyes gazing from all sides. You mustn't stay a minute longer, she whispered. Willie is at home. You telephoned you had something awfully important to tell me. Yes. You've got to help me make the most important decision of my life. Can't it? Wait, no, I must decide today. My leave of absence has been withdrawn and I've been ordered back to my cavalry regiment at once. So disaster followed disaster. Isn't there any way out of it? She asked weakly. I tried to get the order recalled, but there is some influence against me at Washington. Some woman, I know, it's Willie's mother. She has General Branscombe under her thumb, but that would mean that she suspected us. The woman always suspects the worst, and she's always right. Well, what are we to do? That is for you to decide, Persis, Forbes said. I have 2 letters here, 2 requests. He produced 2 formidable official envelopes. I have influence enough to get either of them granted. What are they? She asked, terrified by the documents. This is an acknowledgement of the order and a statement that I take the train tomorrow for New Mexico. New Mexico, Persis gasped. I shouldn't see you again for a long, long while. Never, then I choose that you send the other letter, of course, she spoke almost gaily. What is it? My resignation from the service. Your resignation? She gasped. Why should you resign? To avoid court-martial for the crime of stealing another man's wife. Either you go away with me where your husband can't follow, or I go away where you can't follow. You don't mean to force a choice like that on me, she protested. He nodded grimly, but her frantic soul was incapable of decision. It fled from the effort. The memory of her humiliation before Mrs. Neff and Winifred swept back over her with intolerable shame. She began to stride along the floor again, gnashing her teeth in rage. What can I do to silence those women? Harvey, you must help me. Think up some neat lie that will look like the truth. He was so tired of deception that he groaned aloud. She whirled on him in raucous fury. Do you suppose I'm going to give in to a couple of frumps like those 2? Do you think I'll let an old hen and an old maid down me? Now, well, hardly. I'm no quitter, Harvey. I never was a quitter, was I? But what can I do? No story would convince them. I must stop their mouths, that's it. Everybody's got a scandal somewhere. What do I know about them? What have I heard? She beat her head to stir her memory. If I can't find out something, I must make it up. Forbes glared at her incredulously. Persis, are you lost to all decency? You ought to know, she retorted. But what of that? I'm desperate, I'm fighting for life. Oh my God, Persis, what have we come to? He moaned. Is this the result of our love? Yes, this is it, she laughed. This is what comes of having a heart. I see now why a love like ours is against all the laws, written and unwritten. It's the wisdom of the ages. Harvey. His very neck rebelled against the galling yoke of their intrigue. He groaned. We can't go on with the situation any more. We are getting degraded, driven to lies, and now you suggest blackmail. What next? We must pull up short and sharp, Persis. You must decide this minute, either to go away with me or to stay here. Without me, you've got to stay here and help me fight. I tell you I won't fight such a battle. It isn't fighting, it's cowardice, it's treachery. Decide now once for all. Give me up or free yourself from Ensley and become my wife. You advised Alice to run away, you can't go back on your own advice. Oh, but the elopement of a young unmarried couple is a pretty romance. Ours would be a hideous scandal. But we're all smothered in scandal now. Everybody is talking about us, everybody. The only way to make our love right is to come out before the world and proclaim it. And even now, when I should be thinking of you, all I can think of is what they'll be saying of me tomorrow. If we do the best we can, what difference does it make what people say? Persis, I'd rather die than endure another hour of this underhand life, but I can't give you up. I can't leave you here to the mercy of these people and the evil influences around you. I offer you happiness. We shall be together always, you can't refuse. You're right, of course. I've got to decide. I'm afraid to be alone. I'll go with you. Give me just one moment to get my cloak. I can't very well go like this, though, can I, in an opera gown and tiara? I must change to a travelling suit. And Willie expects me to go to the opera. The little things, the little briary things of life were holding her fast, tripping her headlong desires. She grew more irresolute with delay. It's a terrible step, and it means the end of me. Everybody will cut me dead on the street. My own father will never speak to me again. The newspapers will be full of it. They'll only remember the scandal when they see us. It will follow us everywhere and come between us and turn even you against me. Then she shivered and sank into a chair helpless. I can't go, Harvey, I just can't go. I'm afraid of what people will say. That was the acid phrase that turned his love to hate, his adoration to disgust. He broke the vials of his wrath upon her head. What will people say? He sneered. Is that all you can think of? Why, that has become your religion, Persis. You can stand the lying, the sneaking, the treachery, can't you? You've courage enough for the crimes. But when it comes to consequences, you're a coward, eh? But I'm not afraid of the consequences. I'm afraid of the crimes. I'm not afraid of the gossips, but of giving them cause. I offered you protection, devotion. I wanted to rescue our honour. But you, what do you care for me, for love, for honour? You care only for yourself and for what people will say. Well, you'll soon know, but I won't help you to ruin your life. I won't let you ruin mine. I'm sorry I ever saw you. Before God, I'll never see you again. He turned to go. A cry of anguish broke from her. She rushed in pursuit of him, flung her arms about him, sobbing. No, no, I won't let you. You've no right to leave me. I've given up everything for you. I've been everything to you. You can't leave me. Don't. He was too deeply embittered to have mercy. Her panic only angered him the more. He ripped her hands from his shoulders, jeering at her. Arg, you're faithless to your duty to your husband, faithless to your love of me, faithless to everybody, everything. Don't say that, Harvey, she pleaded brokenly. Take that back. You've killed my trust, he raged. You've killed my love, I hate the sight of you. She put her hand over his cruel mouth to silence it. Don't let me hear that from you, pity me, pity me. He tried to break her intolerable clasp, but she fought back to him. Abruptly she ceased to resist, she just stared past him. Startled, he looked where she stared. She whispered, "Someone is behind that curtain, listening." The curtain trembled and she gasped again. "Look." A shudder of uneasiness shook him, but he muttered, "It's only a draught from somewhere." "Perhaps it is," she answered weakly. "I feel all cold." And then she stared again and whispered, No, see, there's a hand there in the curtain, and Forbes could descry the muffled outlines of fingers clutching the heavy fabric. He hesitated a moment, then he moved forward. She put out her arm and stayed him and spoke with abrupt self-possession. No, it is my place. Then she called hoarsely, Crofts, is that you, Crofts? There was no answer, but the talons seemed to grip the shivering Araz tighter. She called again, Nishet, Dobbs, who's there? There was no answer. It's none of the servants, she whispered. Then, after a pause of tremulous hesitation, she strode to the curtain and hurled it back with a clash of rings. It disclosed Willie Ensley cowering in ambush. He held a silver-handled revolver in his hand. Chapter 66. A little groan of dismay broke from Persis' lips as she rushed between Forbes and the danger, interposing her body to protect his. Forbes seized her and thrust her away and leaped toward Ensley. But Ensley darted aside and, running behind a great carved table, covered Forbes with the revolver and cried in a quivering voice, Don't you move or I'll fire. Forbes smiled grimly at the plight and spoke with the calm of the doomed. All right if you want to. It's your privilege, but I wouldn't if I were you. In the first place, I'm sure you'd miss. You don't hold your revolver like a marksman. The first shot might miss, Ensley admitted, but there are 5 others. You'd never pull the trigger a second time, said Forbes icily. And there's not 1 chance in 1,000 of that toy stopping me. I've got 2 bullets in me now from real guns, and I'm not dead yet. If you should wing me, though, I'm afraid you'd never shoot a second time, for I'd have you by the wrist and by the throat, and I'd strangle you to death before I realized what I was doing. Ensley quaked with terror, less of Forbes than of his own fatal opportunities and his own weapon. Forbes began to edge imperceptibly closer and closer as he reasoned with the wretch, who, having lost the momentum of his frenzy, was a prey to reason. After all, what good would it do to shed a lot of blood? Forbes urged gently as to a child. It would only publish your disgrace. Besides, people don't indulge in pistol play any more. It's out of style, man. That ought to appeal to you if nothing else will. And then it's so unjust. Why kill a man because your wife preferred him to you? It's a free country, isn't it? What does a man want with a wife who doesn't want him? The days of slavery are over, aren't they? If she doesn't love you enough to. There was such a pitiful sag of Ensley's head at this stab that Forbes spared him more and went on soothingly. Better let this whole affair just drop. I was going away, she wouldn't go with me. She didn't love me enough either. She preferred to stay with you. I'll never see her again, I promise that. He put his right hand out appealingly. Come, let's make the best of it and cheat the gossips. 1 quick motion and he had struck Ensley's wrist aside and down and clamped it to the table with his left hand. It was hardly necessary to press his thumb between Ensley's knuckles to force his inert fingers open. Forbes picked up the revolver, pressed the catch to the safety, and dropped it into his pocket. Then he breathed a deep sigh, less of relief than regret, and turned to go. He almost stumbled over the body of Persis. She had swooned to the floor when he thrust her off and had lain unnoticed while the males fought through their feud on her account. Forbes stared down at her. Shame and anger had so burned him out that he had no love left for her and no mercy. She seemed an utter stranger to him. He did not even stoop and lift her to a chair. He shook his head, smiled bitterly, and went out. Ensley hung across the table in a stupor of imbecility. The noise of the outer door as Forbes closed it shocked him back to life. He peered about the room and understood. He dropped into a chair and hid his face in his hands. By and by Persis gradually returned to consciousness. She rose to her elbow in a daze, striving to collect her senses. With a sudden start she recalled everything, got to her knees and hobbled with all awkwardness toward Ensley, whispering haggardly, "Have you killed him? Where is he?" "Gone, gone, no, 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 no. She raised herself to her feet to set out in pursuit of him, but just as she reached the door she was confronted by Crofts, who bowed once and walked away. Persist training and her heart fought a duel in her quivering frame. Then she gained her self-control, turned to Willie, and murmured, "Dinner." The marvellously inappropriate word sent through him a shudder of nausea. Persis appealed to his other self. "Must we take the servants into our confidence?" "I think you may trust my breeding," he answered frigidly. He stalked woodenly to the door, held back the curtain, and bowed with mechanical gallantry. "Thank you," she sighed. She wavered a moment and clutched at her throat. Then she flung her head high in that thoroughbred way of hers and walked steadily from the room, and Willie followed in excellent form. Chapter 67. In the famous Ensley dining room, where brilliant companies had gathered for a generation, giving and taking distinctions, and where Persis in her brief reign had mustered cohorts of pleasure that outgleamed them all, only 2 chairs were drawn up to the table, and that was contracted to its smallest circle. All the other chairs were aligned along the white marble walls with a solemn look, as of envious, uninvited ghosts sitting with hands on knees and brooding. The walls were broken with dark columns like giant servants, and between them hung tapestries as big as sails. The tapestries told in a woven serial the story of Tristram and La Belle Isaud. Only 3 servants waited now, Roke and Chedsey, in the Sommer Ensley livery, whispering together as they straightened a rose stem or balanced a group of silver, and Crofts, eternally bent in an attitude of deference, standing near the door, the great golden portal ripped from the Spanish castle of one of the senior Mrs. Ensley's ancestors. For all their listening, the servants had been unable to learn the details of the immediate wrangle, though they knew that war was in the air. Crofts had kept them at their tasks and at a distance, and Crofts either had not heard or would not have told if one of them had presumed to ask him. He had lived through so many family tragedies that he rather celebrated in his heart a day of good spirits than remarked a period of stress. And of all times, he felt, a good servant shows his quality best when the atmosphere is sultry with quarrel, and a precarious truce is declared in the dining room. To Crofts that was a temple for peace and perfect ceremony. There flourished the genius for self-effacement, and the invisible, inaudible provision of whatever might be needed, that made service a high art, a priesthood. Crofts, in his plain black, slightly obsolete evening dress, looking rather like a poor relation than a servant, had been in his day an aristocrat among servants. Tonight he was old and alarmed. He had seen when he announced the dinner that he broke in upon some unusually desperate conflict, and his old heart fluttered with terror. He had heard so much gossip at the servants' table, such ribald comment and interchange of eavesdroppings, that he wondered what new stain threatened the old glory of Ensley. He loved the new Mrs. Ensley. All the servants did, as much as they disliked Mr. Ensley, but they all felt that she was as dangerous in the house as a panther would have been in a wicker cage. And they all gossiped with other people's servants. And one of the maids on her evenings off was meeting a very attentive gentleman with brindle hair and half an eyebrow. She didn't know his business, but he was generous. He took her to tango places, and he loved to hear her talk about her employers. Suddenly Crofts lifted his head and threw Roke and Chedsey a glance of warning. They came to attention, each behind a chair, watching with narrow eyes where Persis slowly descended, as into a gorgeous dungeon, the 3 velveted steps leading down through the red velvet-curtained golden portal. First they saw Persis slipper, a golden slipper on a slim gold silk stocking. Next the gleaming shaft of her white satin skirt with its wrinkles flashing and folding round her knees, and then a rose-coloured mist with glints of gold spangles, a few flowers fastened at her waist, the double loop of a long rope of pearls, then her wide, white bosom with half the breasts revealed in the deep V between. And next her shoulders, her long throat, passionate and bare save for one coil of pearl rope, and then her high-held, resolute chin, her grim, red lips, her tense nostrils, her downcast eyelids, her brows, and finally the crown of diamonds sparkling in her hair. Her velvet-muffled footsteps grew faintly audible as her heels advanced with a soft tick-tock across the black and white chessboard of the marble floor. There was such a hush in the room that even her soft, short train made a whispering sound as it followed reluctantly after her. Then Ensley's glistening black shoes appeared on the steps. His short legs, the black-rimmed bay of white waistcoat and shirt and tie, and the high, choking collar, where his fat little head rested like a ball on a gate post. In the rich gloaming of the big room the table waited, a little altar alight and very beautiful with its lace and glass and silver, and its candles gleaming upon strewn roses. Overhead the massive chandeliers hung dark from an ornate ceiling, powdered with dull Roman gold. It was illuminated now only by the fretful glow of the fire slumbering beneath the carved mantel, ravished from a bishop's palace in Spain. In such a scene, the audience of 3 servants awaited the performance of the polite comedy by the farceur and farceuse, who would pretend to leave their personal tragedies in the wings. The actors made their entrance with a processional formality, faced each other, and were about to be seated in the chairs. The men had drawn back a little, but the dignity vanished when the male buffoon, glancing at the array before him, broke out with a sharp whine. "Where's my cocktail?" There was such a twang of temper in his voice that Crofts heard at once and made a quick effort at placation. "Very sorry, sir, but the other servants being away, I was not able to learn just how you had it mixed, sir." "Just my luck," Ensley snarled. "When I need a bracer most I can't have one." He shook his head so impatiently that Persis foresaw calamity and hastened to intervene. "Let me make it for you, dear." Ensley threw her an ugly glance and wanted to refuse, but could find no reason to give except the truth, that he hated to accept any more of her ministrations. And truth was the one thing that must be kept from these menials at all cost. So he said, "Mighty nice of you." Persis went to the vast sideboard, and while Crofts fussed about her, handing her the shaker, the ice, and bottle after bottle, she prepared the cup as if it were a mystic filter of love. She poured each ingredient into one of the glasses and held it up to the light to make sure of the measure. Then she emptied its contents into the shaker and filled it again from another bottle. And so when the square, squat flagon of gin, the long necks of Italian and of French vermouth, and the flask of bitters had contributed each its quota, she pondered aloud. "That's all, isn't it?" Willie, who had strolled to the sideboard in a kind of loathing fascination, spoke up. "Here, barkeeper, you're forgetting the absinthe." "Oh yes," she said, recalling his particular among the numberless formulas. 6 drops of absinthe and 12 drops of lemon. Crofts passed her the absinthe and, finding a lemon, sliced it across and handed it to her on a plate. She held it over the shaker and, squeezing, counted the drops. 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, there went the 13th. That's a bad omen. She was so overwrought that a little genuine fear troubled her. Ensley felt it too, but would frighten the bogey with indifference. Hang the omen so long as the cocktail's not bad. Persis nodded with a difficult smile, and setting the top on the shaker, said, "Now, Crofts." The old man was so slow and so feeble with his agitation that she snatched the shaker from his hand and shook it herself, the ice clacking merrily. Then she lifted off the top and poured the cold amber through the strainer into the 2 glasses and dried her chilled hands on a napkin. Willie was too eager for the stimulus to go back to the table and take the cocktail there. He lifted his glass. "We'll take it standing at the bar." and he reached for an imaginary footrail as he had seen the vaudeville comedians do. Persis laughed, and he laughed but sorrily. Still another idea occurred to him in his determination to enact domestic bliss. And now what's the toast to the absent one? The ghastly patness of this unnerved him, but Persis came to the rescue with, "Toasts are out of date." And Willie, setting the glass to his lips, guzzled it in that chewing way they had never been able to correct in him since his infancy. Persis stood a moment with a far-off look of fierce regret in her eyes, then drained her glass swiftly and dabbed her rouged lips with her handkerchief. Crofts held out a little tray, and Willie set his glass down so hard that the stem cracked. He gave Crofts the blame in a sullen look, then went back to the table and sat in the chair that Roke pushed under him. He was up again instantly with another complaint. Willie was by nature one of the tribe of waiter-worriers. In his present tension he was doubly irascible. "Where the devil is my cushion?" he barked. "You know I can't carve without my cushion." The cushion was whisked under him instantly. He stabbed at his canapé of caviar with his fork as if he hated it, ate but a morsel of it, and turned aside in his chair. Persis, watching him with anxious eyes, gave Crofts a command in a glance, and the plates were removed and replaced with oysters, the men bringing everything to the table but Crofts alone serving their majesties. Crofts was senile and slow, and unusually aspen with anxiety and the rebukes he had had. His deliberation was maddening to Ensley. The old-fashioned deference of Crofts' manner was only further irritation. Persis' own heart was wretched enough with its load of shame. She was hard put to it to sit and smile at the husband who had caught her in the arms of her paramour and heard him casting her off. But she had that social understanding of the actor's creed that the show must go on to the last curtain, no matter what had preceded it, or what might happen between the acts, or what might follow. She was certain of only one thing, that she and Willie must sit out this dinner somehow. The entr'actors in the solemn mummery were the spaces between the courses, while the servants left the room for a few moments to bring on the next thing. When the caviar had been nibbled and rejected, the oysters set down and refused without being tasted, the two men went into the pantry for the soup tureen and the hot plates. The swinging door oscillated with little puffs of air like sneers, and a breath ran around the tapestries hung on the walls. Ripples went through them in shudders, and as the wrinkles travelled, averted faces seemed to turn and glance quickly at the Ensleys, then turn away again. With all the surreptition possible, Crofts and his lieutenants brought in the silver urn and the ladle and the plates, and set them down on the serving table behind the screen of Spanish leather with its glowing landscape and its gilded sky. But Ensley's raw nerves shrieked at the soft thud of plate on tray, the infinitesimal click of ladle on tureen, the very endeavour not to make a sound. He fidgeted, bit his knuckles, wrung his hands out like damp cloths, played a tattoo on the arm of his chair, and passed his hand wildly across his eyes. At length he whirled and shouted, "In God's name, less noise, less noise!" Crofts turned to bow and made a trifle more noise, and when he took the plate from Roke's tray and set it before Ensley, his hand trembled perilously. It was Ensley's favourite soup, a luscious puree Mongol. He lifted one spoonful now to his lips and put it away with disgust. His ignominy was so vile that it sickened his stomach. He had been told that his wife was unfaithful to him. He had found it true. He had wrought himself to a frenzy of revenge upon the destroyer of his home. But the lover, instead of leaping from the window like the typical man of guilt, had taken the husband's weapon from him, denounced the wife, and left the wrecked home in triumph. Ensley had endured all these disgraces. Why should he add one more? Why should he play a part before his own menials? Why should he care what they thought? None the less as mutinous soldiers keep the line automatically, so a lifetime of paying devotion to the ordinances of etiquette held him to the mark now. Seeing that Persis had not even made a pretence of lifting her spoon to her lips, he nodded to Crofts, "Take it away." The failure of a dinner was a catastrophe to Crofts, and he forgot his wonted reticence enough to ask, "Isn't it good, sir? Shan't I tell the chef to?" His solicitude brought him only a reproof. "Crofts, if you speak again, I'll have the other servants serve the dinner. Take it away, I said." Hurt and frightened, Crofts hurried the soup and its apparatus off. As he slipped out with his aides, the swinging door went phew, and the tapestried figures glanced and whispered together. As soon as he was alone with his wife, Ensley's voice rose querulously. "If Dobbs ever leaves us in the lurch again, I'll fire him for keeps. This old fool gets on my nerves. Everything is going wrong here. The whole house is falling to rack and ruin. Ought at least to have decent servants if I can't have a decent wife." Persis smiled patiently at this, but as with lips bruised from a blow. "I trust, Willie, that you won't forget yourself. All these doors have ears, you know." "You bet they have," he snapped. "And eyes, too. Are you crazy enough to think that lowering our voices will conceal the truth from anyone? Don't you realize that those hounds out there know everything that goes on in this house? Don't you understand that your good name and my honor were gossiped away downstairs long before my dishonor became public property?" Persis felt a panic in her own heart at his manner. Still she tried suasion. "I implore you to postpone this. At any moment Crofts will be back." "Crofts, eh?" Willie shouted. Crofts will be back. Why, do you imagine for a moment that even that deaf old relic is ignorant of this intrigue you have carried on? Don't you know that every servant of ours that has left the house for weeks has carried through the area gate a bundle of news and innuendo and suspicion and keyhole information, to be scattered broadcast in every servant's hall in town? And then he heard Crofts at the door, and in spite of him, habit throttled him. He pulled down the comic mask he had pushed back from his dour face. He ransacked his brain for something humorous to serve as a libretto, and he was reminded of a story he had laughed at heartily before he learned that his own household was a theme for laughter. He began to giggle uncannily, gruesomely. Persis looked at him, wondering if he had gone mad and begun to gibber. But while Crofts and the others served devilled crabs in their grotesque shells, he began to explain his elation, overacting sadly. "I heard the best story today about Mrs. Tom Corliss." Forgetfully, Persis from her own glass house protested. "Oh, don't tell me anything about that woman," Ensley sneered. "Oh, you're always so easily shocked, such a prude, so conventional." Persis understood and blanched. "Go on, I'll stand it." Ensley began to snicker again, taking some support in his shame from another man's disgrace. "Well, you know old plutocrat Crane." "Not old Deacon Crane," Persis gasped. "That passes the plate at church." Willie nodded. "What can he have to do with any story about Mrs. Tom?" Ensley hee-heed. "That's the fun of it. Mrs. Tom, it seems, one day when Tom was off to the races, entertained the dear deacon at a little dinner served adieu. The deacon used to give her tips on the market and back them himself for her, and well, he was talking about the present-day craze for dancing with bare feet, etc. And she vowed that she wasn't ashamed of her feet either. And so she made the deacon play Mendelssohn's Spring Song on the pianola. And he looked up to find that Chedsey, while pretending to be very busy at the sideboard, wore a smile that extended almost into the ear he perked round for the gossip. Willie choked on his own laughter and roared, "Chedsey, leave the room and don't come back." Chedsey slunk away and Roke became a statue of gravity. Crofts had not heard at all. Willie finished his story without mirth. Anyway, Tom Corliss came in unexpectedly just then, and well, when the deacon finally got home, his wife met him in the hall. He told her he had been sandbagged by a footpad, and she believed him. Willie found Tom Corliss' shame so piquant that he began to relish his food. Crofts, a little encouraged, nodded to Roke and led him out for the next dish. Persis took small comfort from other people's sordid scandals. They seemed to have no relation to the pure and high tragedy that had ended the romance of her own love. Seeing that they were alone again, she expressed her dislike before she realized its inconsistency. "And where did you pick up all this garbage?" Ensley was outraged at this ingratitude for his hard work. "Oh, it shocks you, eh? So beautiful a veneer of refinement and so thin. Where did you hear it?" Persis persisted, lighting herself a cigarette to give her restless hands employment, and Willie answered. "Mrs. Corliss' second man told it to Mrs. Neff's kitchen maid, and she to Mrs. Neff's maid, and she to Mrs. Neff, and Mrs. Neff to Jimmy Chives, and he to me at the club." "At the club, where I heard of your behaviour." "You heard of me at the club?" Persis gasped. "Yes, that crowning disgrace was reserved for me. Big Bob Fielding took me to one side and said, 'Willie, everybody in town knows something that you ought to be the first to know, and seem to be the last. I hate to tell you, but somebody ought to,' he said. And I said, 'What's all that?' And he said, 'Your wife and Captain Forbes are a damned sight better friends,' he said, 'than the law allows,' he said." The room swam and Persis clung to her chair to keep from toppling out of it. "So that's what he said, and what did you say?" "I didn't believe him then. I was too big a fool to believe him, but he opened my eyes and I came home to see what was going on. And I saw, Persis was on fire with a woman's anxiety to know if any champion had defended her name. She demanded again, 'What did you say to Bob Fielding?' And Ensley answered with a helpless, mincing burlesque of dignity. 'I told him he was a cad and I didn't want him ever to speak to me again.' And you didn't strike him?" Ensley cast up his eyes at the thought of attacking the famous Centre Rush, then he lowered his eyes before her blazing contempt. She demanded again incredulously, "You didn't strike him?" Ensley dropped his face into his two palms and wept, the tears leaking through his fingers. Persis felt outlawed even from chivalry. She gagged at the thought. Arg, the humiliation. Ensley lifted his head again, his wet eyes flashing. "Humiliation," he screeched, in a frenzy of self-pity. "Do you talk of humiliation? What about me? My father and mother brought me into the world with a small frame and a poor constitution. They left me money as a compensation. And what did my money do for me? It bought me a woman who despised me, who dishonored me before the world, and I'm too weak to take revenge. I'm helpless in my disgrace, helpless." He sobbed like a lonely girl, his eyes hid in the crook of his left arm, his elbow on the table, his little hand clenching and unclenching. His tears brought tears to Persis. It was the first time she had ever felt sorry for Willie, had ever realized that a weak man does not select his weaknesses, though he must endure their consequences. She had often justified herself by the plea that she had not chosen her own soul, but must get along with it. That defense was her husband's too. The swinging door thudded softly, and Willie raised himself in his chair, but he could not quell the bufface of his sobs, and he dared not put his handkerchief to his eyes. And so Crofts, bending close to remove the crab shells, noted the grief-crumpled face and the drench of tears. His mind went back to the time when Willie Ensley was a child and wept in a high chair in his nursery. Before he could suppress it, the old man had let slip the query, "Why, Master Willie, you're not crying?" Willie, with splendid presence of mind, answered, "Nonsense, you old fool, it's that devilled crab. There was so much cayenne pepper in it, it W went to my eyes." Crofts was desolated. "Oh, I am sorry, sir. The chef shall hear of it, sir, and the roast now, shall I carve it, or will you?" Willie looked drearily across at Persis. "Do you want any roast?" She frowned with aversion. "I couldn't touch it." And Willie shook his head to Crofts. "We'll skip the roast. What follows that? Be quick about it." Crofts lowered his voice as if a game warden might be listening, for it was after the season had closed. "There is a pheasant, sir, sent down from your own run, sir. It is braised financier. I'm sure you'll like it. You may have to wait a little, seeing as you didn't eat the roast, but it's worth waiting for, sir." The old man was pleading both for the honour of his menu and for the welfare of his master. Willie nodded curtly, and the roast, that had ridden in so royally on its silver palanquin with its retinue of cutlery and its hot plates, was removed in disgrace. Once more husband and wife were abandoned to themselves. But now Persis looked with new eyes at the heap of misery collapsed in the opposite chair. All these years Willie had tried to win her love with gifts, with splendours, with caresses, prayers, compliments, and with weak experiments in tyranny. And he had failed dismally. Finally, his failure and his shame had crushed him into abjection, and now her heart went out to him with a melting tenderness. But now she was unworthy to approach him. Now it was she that must plead. "I'm awfully sorry for you, Willie. You haven't had a fair deal. I never realised what a rotter I've been till now. But if you'll let me, I'll try again. I'll try hard, really, honestly, Willie. The only man I ever seem to care for has taken himself out of my life. He hates me as you hate me. I haven't much of anything to live for now except to try to square things with you. I'll do better by you. I'll be on the level with you after this. Honestly, I will. We'll find happiness yet." Happiness! Even at this belated hour the world's ambition was so dear to him that he was wrung with longing. "It might have been possible if I hadn't found you out. I was a fool to trust you so blindly, but I was a happy fool. I didn't know how happy I was till I learned how unhappy I can be. Oh, Persis, how could you? How could you? You seemed so clean and so cold and so proud, and you've let that man make as big a fool of you as you've made of me." She took her lashings meekly, hoping thereby to achieve some atonement. I know, she confessed. But we can keep other people from knowing. We don't have to tell all the world, do we?" Again the vision of stalking gossip enraged him. "The world, it always knows everything before the husband suspects anything. I've said that about so many other fools I've known. Now it's my turn. Here we sit at dinner in this ruined home as if everything were all right. Think of it. After what I saw and heard, I'm sitting here trying to persuade a pack of flunkies that you have been a good wife to me. It's hideous, I know, Willie. I'll go away tomorrow. You can divorce me if you want to. I won't resist. It will be horrible to drag your name through the yellow papers. But I won't resist unless you think you might let our life run along as before until gossip has starved to death. We'll be no worse than the rest, Willie. Every family has its skeleton in the closet. The worst gossips have the worst skeletons. Let's fight it out together, Willie, won't you? Please." She stretched one importunate hand across the table to him, but he stared at her with glazed eyes. "And go on like this the rest of our lives. Sitting at table like this every day, facing each other and knowing what we know, knowing what other people know of us, keep up the ghastly pretense till we grow old." She drew back her rejected hand with a sigh, but pleaded on. "It's not very pretty, that's true, but let's be good sports and play the game. We tried marriage without love, for you knew I didn't really love you, Willie. You knew it and complained of it. But you married me. I tried to do what was right. I ran away from him in France, and I tried to love you and unlove him, but you can't turn your heart like a wheel, you know. We've married and failed, but nearly everybody else has failed one way or another, Willie. Nobody gets what he wants out of life. Let's play the game through. You said to me once, do you remember? You said, 'Gad, Persis, but you're a good loser.' And I've lost a little too, Willie. I've had a pretty hard day of it too. Let's be good losers, Willie. Let's try it again, won't you? Won't you please?" She sat with hands clasped and thrust them out to him and prayed to him as if he were an ugly little idol. But contrition did not seem to render her more attractive in his eyes. It hardened his heart against her. "When I look at you, I can only think what you've been to that man. where you've gone, what you've done. You sit there half naked now, ready to go to the opera, to expose your body before the mob, my body, my wife's body. You show it in public and you dance it in public with anybody, with him. The first time you saw him you were dressed like that and you danced with him that loathsome tango. You taught him how, and he has taught you how to be his wife, not mine. You've set everybody laughing at me. They're all saying I was a blind, infatuated fool before. Now you want them to fasten that filthy word complacent on me. You want me to overlook what you have done and what you've brought me to. I'm just to say, well, persist, you've had your lover and your fling and you're tired of each other, so come home and welcome and don't worry over what's past. It's a mere trifle not worth discussing. What's the seventh commandment between friends? She was trying to silence him, but he had not heeded the return of Crofts till the pheasant was placed before him in all its garnishment, and the plates and the carving fork and the small game knife. He was ashamed, not of what he had said of her, but of his own excitement. "Is the knife sharp?" he asked for lack of other topic. "Oh yes, sir," said Crofts. "I steeled it myself." Willie began anew, groping in his tormented brain for something to dispel the silence. The result was a dazed query. "By the way, my dear, what's the opera tonight?" "Carmen," she said. He brightened. "Oh, of course, that's the opera where the fellow kills the girl who betrays him, isn't it?" "Yes." "With a knife like this, eh?" And with a fierce absent-mindedness he made a quick slash in the air. The knife was small and curved a little, and it fitted his hand like a dagger. He chuckled enviously. Ah, he was the wise boy, that Don Jose. He knew how to treat faithless women. He knew how to talk to M. A knife in the back, that's all they can understand. Crofts was too anxiously trying to avoid spilling a drop of the wine he was pouring to heed the warning gestures of Persis, as she felt that the breaking point of Willie's self-control had been reached. She must dismiss the audience. She spoke hastily. "Willie, my dear, won't you send for some champagne or sherry? I hate this red wine, and besides, we've skipped the roast." "Oh yes," Willie agreed with abrupt calm. "Crofts down in the wine cellar in the farthest end. You'll find laid away by itself 1 bottle of Lame de Rhymes, 1 bottle, the last of its ancient and honourable name. Bring that here." As Crofts stumbled out on his long journey, Willie commented ominously, "It's a good time to say goodbye to that vintage." His roving eyes discovered Roke standing aloof. Willie snapped his fingers and yelped at him, "Get out and stay out." Roke withdrew in haste and Ensley muttered, "I'm sick of seeing so many people standing around, staring, smirking, listening, thinking about me. I wish I were on a desert island." He sat forward to the pheasant, set the fork into it and paused with the knife motionless. Suddenly there were beads of sweat on his forehead and he was panting hard. Then he groaned, "My God, he took my revolver away from me." His eyelids seemed to squeeze his eyes in anguish. When he opened them they were bloodshot and so fierce that they seemed to be crossed. He laughed. "I was too weak to kill your soldier, but I think I'm just about strong enough to pay you up. Carmen got her reward with a knife and you're no better than she was." He looked at the knife. It was beautifully sharp, and it inspired a desire to use it. As a man seeing a gun wants to fire it at something, he felt the call to employ this implement. He pushed back his chair, rose, and groped his way round the table toward her, all crouched and prowling. Chapter 68. Persis watched him come and did not move. It was unbelievable that disaster should fall to such as her from such as him in such a way. He was evidently only playing a part to frighten her. She blew a puff of smoke from her cigarette and fanned it away with leisure and smiled. "You'd look well now, wouldn't you, if one of the servants came in?" She laughed at the picture. "You're laughing at me again," he groaned. "You're always laughing at me, but you won't feel so funny with this knife in you." She saw now that he was not fooling, but she despised him for his effort to prove his bravery by a cowardice, and she eyed him with a marble calm worthy of a nobler cause and a better reward. "Sit down, Willie, and don't threaten me. You don't frighten me at all. But you may alarm some of the servants and give them more of that gossip you have harped on so much." Her obstinate pluck bewildered him, but he lowered his voice as he commented to some imaginary spectator. "My God, she has no higher thought than that, even now when death stares her in the face." Then he had a fanatic's mercy for her. "Why aren't you saying your prayers, you fool?" She answered him with all the authority she could command. "Put down that knife, put it down, I say. You know I could save myself from any danger by raising my voice, and you know I'd rather die than bring the servants in on such a scene." "A scene," he shrieked. "A scene? Why, woman, I'm going to kill you. Don't you understand anything? You've only got a minute more to live. Say your prayers, damn you, say your prayers." There was an insanity in his look that frightened her at last. She tried persuasion now, and her voice was soft and caressing. "Gently, Willie, gently now, I beg you. You're not yourself, you know. You must control yourself. Please. As a favour to me." It was the wrong word. It maddened him, and he snarled. "As a favour to you? You dare ask favours of me? Go ask of the man you've given favours to. The man, the men." And this was sacrilege to her one love. Her lip curled in angry contempt, and she turned from him in loathing, muttering, "You dirty little beast." It was his muscles rather than his mind that did it. While his mind was recoiling from the insult, his arm had struck out, and the knife had slid deep in the snow of her half-averted left breast. Through the petal of a rose, and the satin gown, and the deep white flesh beneath it, and on, into the wall of her struggling heart. The blow and her effort to escape flung her backward, but the heavy chair held her. Before she could remember, a wild scream broke from her lips. As Ensley fell back, his hand withdrew the knife. It came out all red. He gaped at it and shuddered, and it fell with a little clatter on the marble floor, flinging a few crimson drops on the black and white. The noise startled him, and he retreated from her, clinging to the edge of the table. He felt queasy, and pushed back till he felt his chair and dropped into it, still staring at her and she wondering at him. Her obstinate pluck bewildered him. It seemed a long time before her cry brought any response. Chedsey was in the cellar with Crofts and heard no sound, but Roke was in the pantry. He paused a moment, not trusting his ears. Then he pushed the door open slightly and peered through. Other servants came crowding into the pantry, whispering and jostling. He motioned them back. His master and mistress were in their places. Mrs. Ensley looked pale and was lying back in her chair. He slipped through the door and spoke timidly. "Beg pardon, ma'am, but did you call?" Persis, at the sound of the door, finding her fan still in her hand, had instantly spread it across her wound, and her first impulse was to deny. "No," she answered, then quickly, "Yes, I am ill, a little suddenly. Telephone for doctor, the nearest doctor, you'd better run." He turned to obey, but paused to ask, "Isn't there anything I can do first, ma'am?" "No, go," she fluttered. "Shan't I send someone else while I am gone, ma'am?" No, keep them all away, all of them, till I ring." Roke, with a face like ashes, still waited, staring. "But ma'am, you are hurt, you are bleeding." "Nonsense," she stormed. "I spilled some claret on my fan. The doctor, will you never go?" And he ran out through the jumble of servants, ordering them back to their stations. And then Nichette came stumbling through the golden portal. She had heard the cry above, and had understood the pain and terror in it, and had run pell-mell down the great stairs, her hand whistling on the marble balustrade. She paused now, clinging to one of the red curtains and stammering, Madam, quai est-il ill, qu'avez-vous?" Persis turned her head dolefully toward the face so wild with anxiety for her sake, and murmured, with a smile of affection and a tender form of speech, "C'est toi, Nichette, si en est rien mais." A shiver ran through her. G sentis des frisos, varfem on lit Jimmy vi's coucher. Nichette came forward unconvinced or to help her, but she motioned her off with a frantic hand, crying impatiently, Dépêche toi, vu tu ti dépêche. And Nichette, mutinously obedient, ran away, leaving Persis shivering indeed with a chill. And now husband and wife were alone once more, and Willie could only stare and murmur vacuously, "What have I done? What have I done?" "You've killed me, that's all," she answered with a curious amusement. "It was such a funny thing for you to do, so old-fashioned. There is a strange fact about wounds in the heart. If they are not so deep that they flood the lungs and smother out life, they inspire a wild desire to talk, a fluttering garrulity. So Persis now, with that madly stitching shuttle in her breast, and that red seepage from her side, had unnumbered things to say. She chattered desperately, disjointedly. "Oh, I suppose it had to come. It's what I get for trying to run things my own way. And now the tango shop's closed up. But it's so funny that you should be the one to, and with a knife. You didn't mar my face anyway, I thank you for that much. I'd hate to have my face hidden at the funeral. I should hate to make an ugly core." Her lips refused the awful word as a thing unclean, abominable. Her body and all the voluptuous company of her senses felt panic-stricken at the thought of dissolution. She moaned and struggled with her chair. "No, no, not that. What have I to do with death? I'm not ready to die, I'm not ready to die." Willie got up and ran to her left side, but shrank back from what was there and moved cautiously round on the slippery floor, crying, "You're too beautiful to die, too beautiful. You'll not die. The doctors will save you." "They must come very soon then," Persis said, "for I'm bleeding, oh so fast." She looked down along her side and complained, "See, my gown is quite ruined, and it was such a pretty gown. I'm afraid of my blood, how it gushes, will it never stop, and it hurts, Willie, it hurts." In a long writhe of pain she gathered the tablecloth about her left side as if to stanch its flow. There was a rattle of falling glasses and a chink of tumbled silver as she moaned, "Oh, what shall I do, what shall I do?" And she turned her head this way and that, panting as one pursued, bewildered, utterly at a loss. "Oh, what shall I do? I don't want to die. It's an awful thing to die just now of all times, with no chance to make good the wrong I've done." "You can't die, I won't let you die. You're too beautiful to die," Willie protested and then turned to pleading. "I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to strike you, Persis, at all. It was just my hand. It wasn't me that stabbed you, Persis. I couldn't hurt you, Persis." "Oh, that's all right, Willie, I understand things better now with so few minutes more to live. It is you that must forgive me. I haven't been a good wife to you, Willie, and he of all men, said I wasn't worth fighting for, faithless to you, faithless to him. But oh, God knows, most faithless to myself, and now I must die for it. You are too beautiful to die, I won't let you die, you can't die. But I must, boy. Don't hate me too much, I didn't mean to harm you. Some day, long after, you'll forgive me, won't you? Oh, if you only won't die, I'll forgive you anything. That's awfully nice of you, Willie, she said with almost a smile. I wonder if God will be as polite. They usually pray for dying people, don't they? I'm afraid they'll never get a doctor in time, to say nothing of a preacher. So you'd better pray for me, Willie." The idea was so ridiculously tragic that she laughed, but he would not so far surrender her as to pray. He sobbed, "You've got to live, I don't know a single prayer. You mustn't die, I tell you, you've got to live." And he wept his little heart out as he knelt at her side and, clinging to her hand, mumbled it with kisses. She wept too, moaned and dreaded the black beyond which she must voyage prayerless. Still she must talk. From her silence came a frail, thin voice like a far-off cry. "It's growing very dark, Willie, very dark, and I'm drifting, I wonder where. Can you hear my voice away off there? Better throw me a kiss and wish me bon voyage, for this is the last of Persis, poor Persis." Something of old habit reminded her of the gossip that would break into storm at her death. This spurred her heart to strive again. She clutched at the table and at Willie's arm and shoulder and held herself erect as with claws while she babbled. "Willie, Willie, I've just thought, they'll try you for murder. The newspapers, the newspapers. Oh, my poor father, and they'll put you in jail. That mustn't happen to you, not to one of your family. Not through me. No, no, it just mustn't. You must run, run, run." Ensley shivered at the future and would have fled if he could have found the strength to rise from his knees. And then the swinging door puffed softly, sardonically, and on the tapestries Tristram and Isolde looked at each other and then at her and shook their heads in pity. Crofts, who had neither heard nor been told, came in with that eminent champagne in a dingy and ancient bottle. He went behind the screen to untwist the wires and rub away the spider webs. Then he came forward toward Willie's place to pour the first few drops there according to the rite, before he filled Persis' glass. He had eased out the cork, and the soul of the wine was frothing forth into the swathing cloth when he blinked at the empty chair. Then his eyes went across to Persis. He stared at her in mute amazement. She stared at him. She beckoned. He put the bottle on the table and shuffled toward her. She motioned him nearer with a limp and tremulous hand, and he bent down to hear her tiny voice. "Crofts, come closer, listen to me, do you hear?" He nodded. "Perfectly," he nodded, wringing his dry old hands. "Well," she began, "I must tell you, and you must remember. Mr. Ensley and I had a little quarrel, and I lost my temper, you know, and seized the knife and stabbed myself. The old man did nothing unbecoming to his caste, but he stood doddering and longed to die in place of that beautiful youth." She beckoned him nearer again and spoke in a strangled voice. "Remember, I did it myself, remem." Her head fell forward, her exquisite chin rested in her bosom. Her body collapsed upon itself, and only the arms of the chair and the table kept it from rolling out on the floor. But as if even this last ugliness of attitude were intolerable to her, she fought against the chair and the table, and pushed and slid backward till her head was erect. And she was whispering courage to herself hoarsely. "Come, come, Persis." She seemed to be trying to die like a thoroughbred, a good loser. And then her head rolled back in the billows of her hair, with the jewelled crown pointing downward and her eyes staring upward. Her wan, pouting, parted lips and the long arch of her perfect throat were themselves a prayer for mercy, offering up beauty as its own undoing and its own excuse. She was dead. The aftermath we cannot live to ourselves alone, nor die so. If a man or a dog crawl off to perish in a wilderness, immediately death sets in motion a great activity. On the ground ants muster, flies drum and pound, in the earth worms make haste upward. On the empty sky a speck appears, wings gather, buzzards are overhead. In the bushes eyes peer, paws are lifted and set down with caution, coyotes, hyenas arrive. A city of scavengery is founded and begins to flourish. Persis had said, "This is the last of Persis." As if there were ever the last of anybody or anything. Of Persis it was almost the beginning. People were to hear of her now who had never known of her existence. She who had never done anything ambitious or earnest in any large sense, was to become the cause of worldwide debate. The newspapers she dreaded so much were to give her headlines above panics, wars and empires. When Persis screamed at the horror and the shame of being knifed and Roque appeared, and she told him that she was ill, he believed her. He dispersed the servants. They knew, as servants always know, that a quarrel had been raging, but family quarrels were the staple of their lives, and they suspected nothing unusual. Persis had told Roque to call the nearest physician. The telephone is the confusion of distance, it mixes near and far hopelessly. So Roque called the family physician. Dr. Till caught him dressing for the opera. He promised to be right over. Then Roque went back to give Mrs. Ensley this word. He found the woeful spectacle of Persis no longer able to hide her wound, no longer thinking of appearances. Ensley was on his knees sobbing. Crofts, too good a servant to express his emotions noisily, had not fallen to the floor or sunk into a chair. He had turned a little aside and stood waiting the next command, only rubbing his hands together a little harder than usual, while the tears poured across his eyelids. Roke tiptoed to him and put his hand on his arm and whispered, "Mr. Crofts." Crofts put his finger to his quivering lips and, beckoning his underling aside, whispered to him, "No word of this to the rest of the house, mind you. We'd best carry Mrs. Ensley to her room, then we must help the master to his." They took Persis' chair by the arms dreadfully, but Crofts could not lift his share of the weight. It was necessary to call Chedsey, and to explain things a little to him, and to pledge him to silence for the honour of the house. He sickened of his burden and nearly fainted in the little elevator as they crowded into it with their hideously beautiful freight. Nichette had the bed ready, and Ensley's man was helping her. Also 2 other chambermaids had gathered to talk of the scream that had shot through the house. Nichette banished the men while she took what care she could of what remained of Persis, so different an office now from what it had always been to Nichette. Crofts told Roke to see to things below, and Roke and Chedsey went down to the dining room. Here there were tasks that were not pleasant. They stared at the ruined graces of the table, the spilled wine and the red-stained flowers, the glasses shattered and fallen, as if an orgy had proceeded there. The cook was told that the rest of the dinner would not be served. The laundress was called from her supper to take away the red tablecloth and the napkin. The housekeeper must know that Roke and Chedsey were not to be charged with the breakage. The kitchen maid was sent to scrub the marble, and on her knees she must follow the crimson trail to the door of the elevator, and wash that too. Before the doctor arrived 12 people had been told that the mistress of the household had killed herself. It was easy to warn them that loyalty to the family imposed absolute silence. But what money or what threat or plea could ever bribe a loose tongue to keep a secret for somebody else? Then Dr. Till came in his motor. He left his huge fur coat on the hall floor and, dashing upstairs, flung off his evening coat and his white waistcoat and rolled back his cuffs. He wrought upon the exquisite bare flesh of Persis and upon the stopped clock of her heart with all his science. Yet he could not make her anything but a cadaver. As he toiled he asked questions. Crofts and Nichette told him what they knew or thought they knew. Willie was supported in and questioned. Remorse and fright made him pitiable. Still there remained a fox-like intelligence. He told the doctor what Persis had told Crofts, but he was so full of contradictions and confusion that Dr. Till quickly suspected the truth. He was enraged and revolted. The cruelty of the murder was bad enough, but the wantonness of destroying so perfect a machine as he found Persis to be was more wicked in his eyes. Still, he was a typical family doctor. People who were dead were outside his province. His clients were the living and his business to keep them alive and well. He had foiled deathbed revenges, aborted scandals that threatened ruin to the young, risked his life and his liberty for his patients. His trade was fighting the ravages of sin and error, saving people, not destroying them. He felt no call to deliver an Ensley to the electric chair. He put Willie to bed, jammed bromides into him, and forbade him to talk or to see anyone. He telephoned Persis' father and Willie's mother to come at once. He told them as delicately as he could. It was like breaking a thunderbolt gently. Persis' father was stricken frantic. He could not believe that his beautiful, his wonderful girl was dead. He ran to her bedside, lifted her in his arms as if she were again his little child, called to her, wept horribly over her, imagined the truth and vowed every revenge. After the first tempests had worn him out, he began to feel that it would not comfort her to add scandal to her fate. He loathed the very name of Ensley, but he had profited by it. He was still involved with it financially. It was his daughter's final name. He joined the conspiracy to bury the truth in Persis' grave. To say that she had killed herself was an appeal for mercy. To proclaim that her indignant husband had executed her for her crimes was a damning epitaph. He solaced himself with the thought that it would be her wish. Mrs. Ensley was first and last Willie's mother. Her thought was of him, her heart was his advocate alone. She committed herself utterly to his defence. Dr. Till was ready to give a certificate that Persis had died of heart failure. Even the story of suicide would attract the noisy attention of the journals. He left the matter in abeyance for the moment. The needful thing was a few hours of saving peace and silence. He would be glad even to postpone the news from the next morning's to the next evening's papers. But little things thwart great schemes. Roman too, one of the Ensley housemaids, who had been flirting with the brindle-haired reporter Hallard, remembered in the midst of the panic that he was to take her that night to a moving picture theatre. He would be loitering in the area now. She ran out bareheaded to explain that she could not keep her engagement. When he asked why, she told him falteringly that there had been a death in the family. She apologized for permitting such an affair to interfere with her promised evening out, but he gasped, "A death in the Ensley family. Gosh, I've spent so many dismal hours on death watches that it's great to have you slip me a nice little ready-made death like this. Whose was it? Who died?" Or the maid felt that she had a clue now to Mr. Hallard's profession. From his cheerful reception of such news, he must be an undertaker. She explained that it was Mrs. Willie Ensley who was dead. "My God, the young one," he cried, afire with the news possibilities. Yes, she killed herself. This was almost too good to be true. Hallard grew greedy as a miser. Does anybody else know of this? Have any reporters called at the house? Nobody, only the doctor. Hallard looked at his watch. He had time to build up a big story, which was good, but there was time enough for the other papers also to arrive on the ground, which was bad. Why did she kill herself? Nobody knows. She had a terrible quarrel with Mr. Ensley, though. What about? Nobody could find out. Hallard thought hard. The name of Forbes occurred to him, for he remembered the time he had seen Forbes with Persis. "Did Captain Forbes call today?" The maid stared. "Ain't you a wonder? How did you know? Did they quarrel about him?" "Nobody knows they did, but all of us feels sure they did." Hallard bade his inamorata good night with genuine affection. She had been worthwhile. He went to the door of the house and reached it just as Persis' father arrived in his car and was helped up the steps. Hallard tried to push in with him but was thrust out. He sent his card in and it was returned to him. Dr. Till threw up his hands in despair at the card. Reporters seemed to be as ubiquitous as microbes, but he realized that it was now necessary to make a formal announcement to the papers. He wrote out for Hallard a statement and had the housekeeper telephone it to a press bureau that Mrs. William Ensley, during a period of mental aberration, committed suicide at her home at 7:30 o'clock in the presence of her husband. Mr. Ensley is prostrated with the shock. It was a simple announcement. Meanwhile Hallard, rebuffed at the front door and at the tradesman's entrance, and rebuffed by telephone when he called up from a booth in the nearest drug-store, was trembling with the opportunities almost within his reach. His was the ecstasy of the writer of tragedies who exults in every new horror that he can inflict on his characters. Only, the Hallards are dealing in real lives and not feigned. Hallard's scent for news quickened at the thought of Forbes. Easily enough he learned the name of Forbes' Hotel. He hurried there and sent up his card with a penciled note. Would appreciate expert opinion regard to probable fate Philippine Islands in case of war with Japan. Roman 3. The card found Forbes not yet recovered from the hurricane of passion that had swept through his heart. He was dumbfounded at what he had done and said, at his ruthless cruelty, his revulsions from love to hate and back again, at the supreme insolence of his treatment of the husband he had wronged. He found Ensley's little silver-handled revolver in his pocket and tossed it on the table. He felt that he ought to turn it against himself in self-execution. It was too weak an instrument for such a business. He got out his own big army revolver. But he was not of the type that is capable of suicide, any more than Persis was. He began to pack his things for his return to hard service away from the frivolities of the city. The sight of his uniforms made him the soldier once more. He grew homesick for the brisk salute of his soldiers, the gruff and wholesome joviality of fellow officers, the noble reality of his chosen career. And then he came across her boudoir cap again. It bewitched him. It was so utterly unmilitary, so far from usefulness or importance, all pliant and fragrant and adorably foolish. He put it back in its nest in the pocket next his heart, and his heart quickened its pace. With that quickening came by reflex a sense of terror. What had become of Persis? He had left her to the mercies of Ensley. It occurred to Forbes that if a man had dealt with him as he had dealt with Ensley, he would be so maddened that he would run amok and slay the first thing he met, and first of all the woman who had dragged him into such shame below shame. What if Ensley had attacked Persis, beaten her, or torn her face with his nails, or hurled her out into the street? Forbes felt that he must go to her rescue. The impulse lasted only long enough to be ludicrous. What right had he in that household? What harm could Ensley wreak upon Persis to equal the wrongs that Forbes had done her? He blamed himself for everything, and blaming himself, absolved Persis, forgave her, loved her again. In this seethe of moods, the card of Hallard arrived with a request for his expert military opinion on a subject that had been one of his hobbies in the days when military ambition was the major theme of his life. It renewed his hope. It was like the feel of something solid underfoot to a spent swimmer in cross currents. He welcomed Hallard with cordiality, apologized for the disorder of the room, expressed an opinion that he had met Hallard somewhere before. Hallard said he thought not. As he stated his plans for a Sunday special, a symposium of views on Philippine fortification, he picked up the silver-handled revolver on the table and laughed. Is this ladylike weapon the latest government issue? Forbes did not laugh. He flushed as he shook his head. A wild thought came to Hallard. Forbes might have been present at Mrs. Ensley's death. He might have killed her himself with her own revolver. It was a wild theory, but he had known so much of murder and had come upon such fantastic crimes that nothing seemed impossible to him. With pretended carelessness, he broke the silver revolver open and glanced at the cylinder. Every chamber was full but one. Had a shot been fired from it, or had one chamber been left unloaded for the hammer to rest on? Hallard put down the weapon and talked yellow journalism of the Philippine problem. A little later he said, quite casually, "Too bad about Mrs. Ensley, wasn't it, Captain?" The startled look of Forbes confounded his theories. What is too bad about Mrs. Ensley? Her sudden death, I mean. Her death, Forbes cried, the world rocking with sudden earthquake. Her death, not Persis. Persis isn't dead. Why, yes, didn't you know? My God, how did she die? She was well, perfectly well at this afternoon when tell me man, what do you mean? Hallard was readjusting his case. He spoke very gently. I'm mighty sorry to have told you without warning. I thought, of course, you knew. You were a great friend of the family, weren't you, Captain? Forbes whitened at this, but his grief was keener than his shame. Tell me, how did she die? The story we get is that she killed herself, stabbed herself. Forbes gripped his head in his arms and bowed to the thunderbolts crashing about him. At length his distorted face appeared again and he demanded, Who was with her when she killed herself? Her husband. Then it's a lie, she wouldn't, he killed her. And it's my fault for leaving her with him, I ought to have known better. I was tempted to go back to her, I shouldn't have left her there with that, and now she's dead, he butchered her, I'll kill him for it, I will, he wasn't man enough to fight me. Did you say you were a reporter? Well, I'm a special writer. Forbes' words began to roar back through his memory. He began to hear them as they would fall on a stranger's ear. Even in his frenzy, he realized the danger of his madness. Talking to a reporter was like crying his thoughts aloud in Madison Square Garden. Grief, discretion, remorse, revenge assailed him from all sides at once. He seized Hallard by the shoulder and raged at him. Look here, this Philippine idea was just a trick, wasn't it, to startle me and make me forget myself? You fooled me, but you can't get away with it. He saw his big Colt's revolver in his trunk tray and he thundered. I ought to shoot you for this, and I will unless you swear that you will never print a word of what I've said, never breathe a word of it to a soul. Promise or buy. Hallard smiled and raised his half eyebrow. You're a little excited, Captain, aren't you? You're kind of forgetting that shooting a reporter would be about the poorest way of escaping publicity ever imagined. People would naturally ask what it was you were so anxious to conceal, eh? Forbes turned away helpless. Hallard anticipated his next desperate idea. I'm much obliged to you, Captain, for not offering me a $10 bill or a new suit of clothes. They usually begin with that. But it rarely works, Captain. We're a shiftless lot, some of us, but we've got our ideas of duty too. Duty to what? Forbes sneered. Duty to act as grave robbers and expose the sorrows of the world to the laughter of the public, to drag families down to ruin. Duty to throw the light into dark places, Captain. Duty to make it hard to conceal things the public ought to know. Duty to keep digging up the truth and throwing it into the air. Truth, Forbes raged. What have you got to do with the truth? Would you know it if you saw it? Would you use it if you had it? You bet I would, Hallard said, if you'll tell me the exact truth as far as you know it about the suicide, or murder as you call it, of one of the most beautiful members of one of the most prominent families. I'll publish it. In your own way, yes. In your own words, Captain. I write shorthand. Just dictate to me the whole story of your acquaintance with Mrs. Ensley and your reasons for believing that her husband killed her, and I'll not change a word. You can read it and sign it and take affidavit that it's the truth, so help you. Forbes dropped into a chair, discredited, his bluff called. All the lofty motives and compulsions of chivalry took on an ugly look. Sir Launcelot was an adulterer and a welcher. The hideously altered face of things shattered him so that Hallard felt merciful. I'm sorry, Captain, but you see how it is. You see why reporters get a little hard, why our mouths sag. We don't publish the truth oftener because people won't tell it to us. The truth isn't the pure white lady in a nice clean well that the painters represent her. The truth is a kind of a worm-eaten turnip that comes out of the ground with a lot of dirt on it. We don't print all we find out by a long shot. If we did, this old town would make for the woods, and the people in the woods would run to cover in town. I'd be glad to drop this affair right here, but don't you see I can't? The Ensleys are too big to overlook. There'll be an army of reporters on the job with their little flashlights poking everywhere. The police will fall in line later. There'll be editorials on the wickedness of society. Society, if there is such a thing, isn't any wickeder than anybody else. The middle classes are rotten and the lower classes are putrid, but society makes what old Horace Greeley called mighty interesting reading. The name of Ensley is going to be a household word because when an Ensley sins, it's like sinning in the grandstand. I saw something like this coming a year ago. I thought it might simmer down, but it's broken bigger than I ever dreamed. You're in for it, Captain. The great American people is going to rise on the bleachers and holler for blood. It will forget all about you the minute something else happens. Take your medicine, Captain. It will be somebody else's turn soon, for most of us are doing the tango on a thin crust of ashes over a crater. But it's the face cards that the two spots like to read about. The minute somebody else that's prominent pops through, we'll let you alone. But you're in for it, Captain, way in. Better crawl under my umbrella and give me the story. He meant it well, but it was impossible for Forbes to accept his philosophy or his counsel. To Forbes he was a slimy reptile with a hellish mission. Forbes told him so, denied all that he had said, defied him and turned him out. And now he had leisure to understand the full meaning of it all. First, his grief for Persis broke his heart open. He mourned her as a sweetheart, a betrothed, a wife, mourned her with an intolerable aching and rending and longing, and with an utter remorse because of his last words to her. When she was afraid and distraught, he had heaped condemnation on her. And who was he to reproach her? Had he not pursued her, overwhelmed her, made and kept her his? And then to discard and desert her, knock aside her pleading hands and leave her in the clutch of the maniac who had threatened them both. He had taken Ensley's revolver away, as if that were the only weapon in the world. Never had Persis seemed so beautiful to Forbes as he remembered her now, cowering under his wrath, pleading for pity, rushing to protect him even then and falling in a white swoon at his feet as if already dead. And even then he had spat on her and left her. Roman for the next morning's papers, without exception, gave the death of Mrs. Ensley under mysterious circumstances the doubtful honour of the front page, right-hand column. In some of them the account bridged several columns. The headlines ranged from calm statements to blatant balderdash. To Forbes, who had not slept all night and had sent down for the papers soon after daybreak, the stories were inconceivably cruel, ghoulish, fiendishly ingenious. The fact that Persis' wedding had been celebrated only a year before was emphasized in every account. She was called a bride in most of them, and her honeymoon was used dramatically in others. The importance of her family and of Ensley's was exaggerated beyond reason. Her portrait was published even in papers that rarely used illustrations. Her beauty pleaded from every frame of headlines, till it seemed as if her face had been clamped in a pillory, and that the newspapers were pelting her without mercy or decency. There was no way of protecting her, no way of punishing the anonymous rabble, no way of crying to the mob how lovable she had been and how impossible it was that she should have taken her own life. Forbes was understanding now how much worse a scandal it implied to say that she had been murdered. A woman might kill herself for any number of reasons, most of them pathetic, but a woman whom her husband puts to death can hardly escape calumny. Her lover was silenced by the reasons that silenced her father. Forbes had not heard, or had forgotten, what paper Hallard represented. He soon recognized his touch. One paper, and one only, implied that Persis' death might not have been a suicide but a murder. One paper alone referred to her interest in a certain well-known army officer who had recently come into a large fortune and was much seen with her. When he read this, Forbes turned as scarlet as if he had been bound hand and foot and struck in the mouth. Only one morning paper implied that Persis had strayed into the primrose path of dalliance. Not one evening paper failed to emphasize this theory. The editors of these sheets, appearing at their office before dawn, issued their first afternoon editions at 8 a.m. and had their night editions ready by noon. They all made use of Hallard's material and tried to supplement it. Before Forbes had finished his breakfast, he was visited by the first reporter and refused to see him. Within the next half hour, a dozen reporters were clustered in the hotel lobby. They lay in wait for him below like a vigilance committee zealous for his lynching. Forbes felt like a trapped desperado. He dared not venture out into that lurking inquisition. He dared not call upon any of his friends for help, lest they be tarred with the brush that was blackening his name. He had planned to take a morning train to his western post. He was afraid to go to it now. He was afraid to arrive at the garrison, knowing that the scandal would have preceded him on the wires. He decided that he must resign from the army before he was dismissed the service for bringing disgrace upon the uniform. There were officers enough whose irregularities were overlooked, but they had kept from the public prints. Forbes had not only sinned but had been found out. He felt like a mortgager who sees himself foreclosed and sold up. He had lost Persis and he was about to lose his career. He wrote out his resignation, addressed the envelope, sealed it, bent his head down in his arms above it and gave himself up to despair. His loneliness was almost more than he could endure. By and by a letter was brought to his room. He had refused to answer the telephone, and he ignored the knocks of the hall boys. This letter was pushed under the door. It was from 10 Ike. Dear Harvey, just a line to tell you that my heart aches for you and with you. The thought of Persis dead is almost unthinkable, nearly unbearable to me. What it must be to you I dread to imagine. I always remember the old Persian philosopher's motto when he was tempted to enjoy joy too much or grieve too much over grief. This, too, will pass away. You are too big a man to let this or anything break you down. Bend to it, but don't break. It occurs to me that you may need a little time to recuperate, where you can't read the papers or hear them bawled under your window. On Long Island I have a little shack on a sandbar on the edge of the ocean. How would you like to run down there for a few days? You can do your own cooking. If you wish I'll go along, but if you'd rather be by yourself I won't go. I think you'd better be by yourself and think it all out. I enclose a timetable with the best trains marked. Take a closed taxi to the station and you'll not be noticed. If I can do anything, command me. Affectionately yours, Murray 10 Ike, not a reproach, not an I told you so, not a minimizing of the tragedy, just a life preserver thrown to a man in deep waters. Forbes wrote, God love you for this, I'll never forget. I'll prove my gratitude by sparing you the ordeal of my company. He packed a suitcase, bribed a porter and an elevator man, and escaped from the hotel by one of the service elevators and the trade entrance. He swore to heaven that this should be the last time he would sneak or cower. He reached his destination without remark and found it congenially dreary. There was a furious storm that night. Wind and rain flogged his cabin and the sea cannonaded the beach. But the shack survived, and the beach was still there in the morning. There was only the wreckage of a little schooner cast ashore. At first Forbes railed against the heartlessness of the sea, but gradually he came to understand that the ocean is not heartless. It simply obeys its own compulsions, and the wrecks it makes are those that should not have been out upon the waters or those that got in the way of the laws. That was what Forbes had done. As he strolled the sands or sat and watched the endless procession of waves, 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 hurling themselves upon the shore to their own destruction, in his thoughts memories came up one after another, like waves, memories of beautiful hours that seemed to have no meaning beyond their own brief charm. Visions of Persis in 1,000 attitudes of enchantment, in costume after costume. He saw her at the theatre, lithe, exposed, incandescent. He clasped her in the tango, he clenched her hand at the opera. He saw her riding her cross saddle in her boyish togs. He clasped her in the taxi-cab in the rain. He walked with her in moonlight and in the auroral rose. He galloped alongside her, strode with her in the woods. He held her in his arms while they watched the building burning gorgeously at night. He saw her in all the lawless intimacies of their secret life, careless, childish ecstasies and wild throes of rapture. Then he remembered what she had told him of Ambassador Tate's warning. The world is old, my child, but it is stronger than any of us. and it can punish without mercy. He was tasting now the mercy of the world, and Persis, lying in cold white state as he imagined her, was the visible slain sacrifice on the altar. They had indeed sinned. She had chosen wealth instead of love, and then had tried to steal love too. The simple fact was that they had been wicked. They had duped and sneaked and feasted on stolen sweets. Their punishment was just. Many others had sinned more viciously and prospered in their sin, or repented comfortably and suffered nothing, but they were not to be envied altogether. Somehow to his man's heart it brought a strange kind of comfort to feel that this ruination was not a wanton cruelty, but a penalty exacted. It made the world less lonely. It replaced chaos with law and order. Perhaps other souls would take warning from their fate. Perhaps other guilty couples would be frightened back to duty. Perhaps somebody tempted by the scarlet allurements of passion would be helped toward contentment with the grey security and homely peace of fidelity. The world was in a tempest against him. The waves had cast up his beautiful fellow voyager on the sands. If only their shipwreck might keep somebody else from putting out to sea in pleasure craft unseaworthy and unlicensed. Had Forbes read the papers, he would have known that the storm had not subsided yet. The wealth of Ensley could not bribe the least mercy. It was rather a stimulus to the press. At the height of the tempest, the funeral of Persis was held. Almost nobody attended it, and the few that did were rather drawn by curiosity than respect. Those who knew Persis well were afraid to be seen in the company even of her body. They were busy denying their earlier intimacy, or telling how they had foreseen this disaster. She went in lonely state to join the silent throng in the cemetery, and she knew no more of the storm that raged about her than the world knew of the one high achievement of her soul. She was like some little brilliant bird of paradise flung to the ground by a lightning stroke. The storm roared on. The ferocity of the newspaper attacks increased with every extra. The fact that a theory was hinted in an early edition was taken as proof enough for a positive statement in a later. Finally, there were demands for the arrest of the husband. The district attorney was busy, however, on an Augean task, the cleaning out of the police stable. He delayed or forbore to take up the Ensley matter. He was accordingly attacked as a toady to the rich. This stung him to an investigation, and at last the police entered into the affair. Ensley was sent for and cross-questioned by commissioners. He was at bay, and he revealed unexpected gifts of evasion. Willie's lawyers stood by him. They were high-priced men, and they earned whatever he paid them. They succeeded in fighting off an indictment. But even now Hallard and his cronies would not let him rest above ground or persist beneath. Conflicting bits of Ensley's testimony were published in parallel columns, and his explanation that Persis, in her final rage, had seized the knife from his hand and stabbed herself was declared impossible and unconvincing. Her dying statement, as sworn to by Crofts, stood, however, as the one strong shelter over Ensley's head. The sceptics insisted that Crofts, being deaf, had heard wrong or been bribed to perjury. None of them dreamed that Persis could have devised that snow-white lie as her atonement to the man she had betrayed. Hallard was obsessed with an idea that if Persis' body were exhumed, it would be shown that she could not have dealt the fatal wound with her own hand. He had once organized a campaign against a decision of the court sentencing a valet to the penitentiary, and kept it up until the prison gates were opened and the man gained an opportunity to tell his story anew. He was found guilty again and sent back to his cell, but the despotic power of the press was demonstrated. If Hallard could open the penitentiary, why not the grave in which a corpus delicti had been hastily hidden? With every weapon in the vast armory of newspaperdom, Hallard waged his battle. The political ambition of the district attorney finally yielded to the coercion. An order was obtained from the court commanding the officials of the cemetery to unseal the tomb where Persis' body had been stored until the great monument Ensley had commissioned could be made ready to weigh her down irretrievably. Forbes, having regained his courage in his absence in the wilderness, was seized with a mad desire to gaze upon his beloved's face once more, and to whisper to her a prayer that she forgive him for abandoning her in her desolation and her peril. Ten Eyck used every plea to dissuade him, but failing, determined to go with him. Permission to be present at the exhumation was secured with little difficulty, and the two men joined the group of court officials and the 6 experts who were to decide from examination whether or not Persis could have inflicted the fatal wound upon herself. And so Persis came back again to the world in a mockery of resurrection, back again from the sodden earth to the light of day that had blessed her beauty and not known her sin. Forbes waited her reappearance in a frenzy of anxiety. It was to him a kind of holy tryst that he must keep at any cost. Slowly the casket was raised. One by one the screws in the coffin lid were removed, and at last the board was removed from over the white face. Some impulse of protection led Ten Eyck to thrust Forbes back until he himself had taken the first look. He gazed and groaned at the havoc death had wrought in all that beauty. When Forbes pressed forward, Ten Eyck whirled and clapped his hands over Forbes' eyes and dragged him aside, whispering huskily, "Don't look. In God's name keep the memory of her as she was." Forbes suffered himself to be led aside. He and Ten Eyck waited at a distance while the tests were made. The knife was closed in the icy fingers and the exquisite arms moved here and there. Over the cold and silent body the experts wrangled, and the upshot of the desecration was that they could not agree. 3 of the jurors declared that Persis could not have reached so far around to set the knife in her side, and 3 that she could have done it whether she did or not. Persis, wherever she was, kept her secret, and Willie, abiding the decision in a stupor of terror, thanked God and her for their silence. The newspapers had much to say of this last phase of the Ensley mystery. They summed up again all the old scandals, and then they, too, went silent. Their readers grew weary of the juggle of facts and falsehoods. The mishaps of other lovers furnished them with unfailing supply of the old mistakes that are the eternal news. Forbes, who had withheld his resignation from the army at Ten Eyck's bidding, was received back into his place, shorn of his ambitions, his youth, and his pride. Often and often when he is alone he takes from its hiding shelter a little nightcap of ribbons and laces, and shakes his head with vain regret. He thinks of Persis always as she was that morning when the filmy cap fell from her lawless curls. He cannot but feel that there was something elect in her, something divinely beautiful, however thwarted for this world. But then he loved her, he could forgive her anything. If God loved her, could he not do as much? When the skies are clouded, he remembers her wise little saying, "Behind the blinds there are always eyes." He wonders if there are eyes behind the clouds and beyond the sun. And if there are, and if they are the seeing eyes of perfect understanding, what do those people say? The end transcriber's note. Obvious typographical errors in spelling and punctuation have been corrected without comment. One example of an obvious typographical error is on page 345, where the word irrevocable was changed to irrevocable in the phrase. The irrevocable was accomplished. Other than obvious typographical errors, the author's original spelling, punctuation, hyphenation and use of accents has been left intact with the following exceptions. Page 24. Tile was changed to tie in the phrase. 1 silk tie. Page 99. Lovelily was changed to lovely in the phrase. her lovely disparted bosom. Page 206. Darkled was changed to darted in the phrase, and they darted between the planets. Page 251. The phrase, someone else's success, was changed to someone else's success. Page 284. Ditto was changed to ditty in the phrase, it was a romping ditty. Page 423. A question mark was changed to a period or full stop in the sentence ending. Stealth of clandestine lovers. The author's use of the words thridding and threading have been left unchanged as in the following instances. Page 13. As it thridded the unpoliced traffic. Page 67. He was now thridding the maze. Page 380. Threading the increasingly mucilaginous crowd. Table of Contents Chapter Page. Chapter 69, 1. Chapter 77. Chapter 71. Chapter 72. Chapter 73. Chapter 74. Chapter 75. Chapter 76. Chapter 77. Chapter 78. Chapter 79. Chapter 80. Chapter 81. Chapter 82. Chapter 83. Chapter 84. Chapter 85. Chapter 86. Chapter 87. Chapter 88. Chapter 89. Chapter 90. Chapter 91. Chapter 92. Chapter 93. Chapter 94. Chapter 95. Chapter 96. Chapter 97. Chapter 98. Chapter 99. Chapter 100. Chapter 101. Chapter 102. Chapter 103. Chapter 104. Chapter 105. Chapter 106. Chapter 107. Chapter 108. Chapter 109. Chapter 110. Chapter 111. Chapter 112. Chapter 113. Chapter 114. Chapter 115. Chapter 116. Chapter 117. Chapter 118. Chapter 119. Chapter 120. Chapter 121. Chapter 122. Chapter 123. Chapter 124. Chapter 125. Chapter 126. Chapter 127. Chapter 128. Chapter 129. Chapter 130. Chapter 131. Chapter 132. Chapter 133. Chapter 134. Chapter 135. Chapter 136. I 489 Roman 2 493 Roman 3 496 Roman 4 502 v 507 vi 510. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. Copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing project and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use copies of this e-book. Complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this e-book for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg e-books may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with e-books not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. Distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full www.gutenberg.org/license. Electronic works. Electronic work. You indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1. E8. Used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1. See below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this electronic works. See paragraph 1. E below. Foundation or PGLAF owns a compilation copyright in the collection. Works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work, as long as works, in compliance with the terms of this agreement, for keeping the comply with the terms of this agreement, by keeping this work in the you share it without charge with others. 1. D. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work, or any representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1E1. The following sentence with active links to or other performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this e-book. Derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder. The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1. E1 through 1. E7 or trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1. E8 or 1. E9. With the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1. E1 through 1. E7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. License terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this one. E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1. E1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1E6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official www. Gutenberg.org, you must at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the one. E7. Do not charge a fee for access to viewing displaying unless you comply with paragraph 1. E8 or 1. E9. 1. E8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from you, already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed, agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that S/he license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue works you provide in accordance with paragraph 1. F3. A full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free. 1. E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing forth in section 3 below. 1. Effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the project electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored may contain defects, such as but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1. F2. Limited warranty. The disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund, described in paragraph 1. F3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1. F3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1. F3. Limited right of replacement or refund if you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it. You can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1. F4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1. F3. This work is provided to you as is with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1. F5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties, or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1. F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this defect you cause. Electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure archive foundation, and how your efforts and donations can help. See sections 3 and 4 and the foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. 501, c. 3. Educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN or Federal Tax Identification Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 41 Watchung Plaza #516, Montclair, NJ 07042, USA, +1 862 621 to 9288. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact Literary Archive Foundation public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years he produced and volunteer support editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep e-books in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org, Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new e-books, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new e-books.